Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the internet and of YouTube. Welcome back to Final Fantasy Chronicles of Eno. I am your host and game master, Skajarmas, otherwise known as Toneshift, as always. And with me today, we have our full cast of players, starting with Hades Shadow 92, playing Thanatos, our male human Dark Knight.
What up?
We have Luminous Starlight, playing Rocket, our female cyborg Chocobo Warrior. Kinda sleepy today. Case in point. We have Darkness, playing Alistair, our male human paladin.
He failed the race, he didn't make it.
Oh no, he's AFK for a moment.
His armor slowed him down.
He's running to get a drink. He didn't make it back in time.
It's like Pretty from Campaign 3, just And last but not least, we have Tom117Z, playing Neothil, our female Elvon Ranger.
Has Cornetto.
What?
Has Cornetto. Do you know what Cornetto is?
No.
No.
Is that a British thing?
It's an ice cream.
Oh, I'm not very
It's-
familiar with many ice cream brands. I mostly loitered around my local Baskin Robbins before it closed.
Oh, Bluebell.
Anyway.
Welcome
The
back.
darkness has arrived.
Yep, that's
Yes.
Darkness. So, where last we left off, our...
Oh, hey, everyone.
yeah, we're going into the recap now. So, where we last left off, our intrepid band of adventurers, our self-proclaimed warriors of light, had arrived for the second time in the Tower of Creation, and had begun their ascent up its myriad abstractable floors, in the hopes of reaching the summit to confront Saran Junleel and his master, the god of darkness, Diabolos, to prevent the imminent destruction of the world they call home. Their ascent so far has provided them with fleeting little glimpses into Saran's backstory, his origins, and the group of adventurers he once traveled with, as well as showing pieces, little vertical slices, of the timeline of Diabolos' dream for the world he will create when the current one has ended, Pandemonium. It is
It
as...
includes a lot of dead people and stacking said dead people in Gala somewhere.
And who knows, maybe that was a piece of garlat that was stuck somewhere over in fucking Zalar. The whole world's gonna get blended. Shit could end up anywhere. But at any rate, with that, the party passed through more layers and are now emerging onto what we are charitably referring to as the 5th floor. And so we enter, as the feeling of displacement fades, and you step out of the glowing light of the transportation, and what you are greeted to the side of is very different. For a second, you have this sense of whiplash. Last time you were in Pandemonium, you were standing amidst the detritus, cast-offs, and decomposing flesh, rivers of muck with tentacles that dissolved anything that touched it, and scurrying rats and phantoms lurking amid the decay. This is positively lush and verdant, if dark. The ground beneath your feet is host to lavender-shaded grass and shrubs that twitch in strange ways, but nonetheless don't seem dangerous, moving around in their own accord without a breeze. Yet there is a breeze to be heard as you look up and see these gargantuan, unfathomably enormous and tall, coiling tree trunks covered in purple and red algae and vines that spiral along the trunks like a snake coiling up the side of a tree. The trunks are so tall that you can't even see the canopy. But the canopy itself is so high up and so broad and vast that it seems to block out the sky itself. You can't see the swirling chunks of stone and remnants of the old world that you could before. You can just hear the faintest rumblings. You can hear the rustling of the leaves and the various branches and vines overhead shifting about, as if again, of their own accord. Vines reaching like tentacles from one tree to the next, slowly and deliberately. Go away, Grandma, you said you wouldn't bother me. I don't care, I'm playing, go away.
That's boss fight. Roll for initiative.
God damn it, Grandma. Ah,
Grandma's the next boss fight.
no, she's not. Now, where was I?
Yeah, that's the super boss, I'm afraid.
Turns out Garuda is Grandma. Okay.
Uh-oh.
So,
Weird.
now, as you're looking around at this seemingly endless forest, you can see glowing eyes up in the canopy overhead, watching you from afar, occasionally darting from one branch to the next, or just drifting, but never drawing closer, staying distant, but ever watchful. I will now transfer you to what you can see of this floor. There are multiple paths you could potentially take. Little spots where the trees aren't quite so thick, where you can proceed.
A significantly smaller map than the last one.
Indeed.
Gives me bad feelings about what might lie ahead. It was going to be an arena.
Roll mighty stealth elf.
What does the sky look like?
Again, you can't see it. You look up and you just see this sort of muted, really deep sort of almost black cranberry color as the canopy of these trees completely blots out the sky above. If you kind of unfocus your eyes, you could maybe get the impression of stars of a night sky based on the glowing eyes watching you from above. But the moment you focus on them, it becomes clear those aren't stars. Things are watching you, but they're leaving you be.
Can't even see out into space. I don't know whether that's just clouds or sheer darkness or both.
Where do we go next?
Fidget.
What was that?
No.
No?
Your turn this time, elf.
Okay.
The difference is, if I get chomped, I die.
Yes. And does anyone happen the last time I let Fidget fly around? I got eaten!
I mean, come on. What are the odds there'd be another one down here? Fidget's the most useful thing we have right now.
Alistair.
And before you ask, I am not going ahead to be the meat shield.
Fine, Mika goes.
I beg your goddamn pardon?
Hell no.
Look,
Well,
look. At least two, maybe three of us have learned what it's like to be eaten. We all need to have the experience.
I've been eaten before.
I'd rather not.
But either way, we should be extra cautious in here because we don't know what kind of denizens this new world has, and I'm not sure what kind of mentality they'll have since Diablo seems to so hate sapient species that are under him. Probably a lot
Yes.
of demons that kind of are his to command.
Well, this place is called Pandemonium. All demons.
Yeah. Feeling, whoever we meet aren't exactly going to be holding festivals and, celebrations and bar fights. Okay. How about this to come around more quickly? Summon Fidget, send him up to the right. I'll engage Stealth Elf mode and head up left.
I'm tempted to do something else.
Oh?
Just for shits and giggles.
What would that be?
Do you recall what I did last time we were in Garlet?
Be more specific.
Because you did a few
I
things.
remember there was a spider.
There's Pinchy, a Shadow Pinchy.
Oh no, you're not going to bring forth Shadow Pinchy again.
Make Fidget into Shadow Pinchy.
Shadow Pinchy, please.
I don't have a token for a Shadow Pinchy, so you may feel free to draw in a little black circle to move around as you see fit.
Great, the imposter is back.
So-
There you go. Oh, now we see. Oh my god, how many Pinchies are you creating? Holy no!
Okay, I apologize. I've been. How do I erase?
I got it.
One fidget.
There you
Two
go.
fidget.
Yeah.
They are spiders now.
Yeah, I got it.
There it is.
Yep. And I will fill in that circle, and I will make the outline thin so that it's easier to move around. And there you go. Okay, there's
It's a good-
Shadow Pinchy.
I prefer him as a bat, we'll be honest.
But at least you're getting over your fear in your own time and way.
Alright, said Fidget Pinchy to the right. I'll go to the left, how about that?
Alright. Alrighty then.
Although,
Although,
hang on a minute. I was thinking of following it if I get a good roll this time on my stealth.
read the jet.
Come on, nice.
I will
Okay.
also roll for stealth.
7 plus my stealth.
17.
Nice.
Come on, please load. Thank you. Don't crash. I'm begging you, laptop. Your retirement is nigh. Okay, so 7, that's 14 in total.
Okay. So 17, 14. Is Shadow Pinchy gonna get a stealth roll?
Oh, yeah, I suppose he does.
Because
Yeah,
of
'cause-
Shadow Pinchy's small size, I'll let you add an extra d6 to it.
I mean, it's a lot less. Much as you probably hate it, it's probably a lot less conspicuous than a bat flying.
Shall we just keep calling him Fidget? Because I think Pinchy is the taken name.
He's Shadow Pinchy.
Shinchi. Shinji.
Perfect. Shinji. I was
Shinji.
thinking of combining Shadow with Pinchy, but
Shinji.
let's have it come.
Don't worry, little guy, you're always a fidget to me.
Okay.
And
The
look,
best I could have come up with
and
Shadow.
look, me, he gets the same roll as you.
Okay. 2 17s and a 14. Okay. So I assume Alistair's going the middle route?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Yes. Before he goes, he gives Nee a little pinch on the boot.
It's a good thing I know that you're normally a bat. I am okay with this.
All
And I
right.
suppose he's going over here.
All right. So. For Alistair and Neothil, as you head up your respective paths,
Let's aim the party. This is a good plan.
indeed.
Good plan, great plan.
Indeed it is.
Oh, it looks like I'm about to join up.
Yep.
You follow your paths for a short time, and it doesn't take long before all three of you realize these paths reconverge.
All of them do?
All three paths
Huh.
reconverge at this sort of central juncture.
I double back. Seeing this, I double back slightly just to kind of beckon the others to come join in the central chamber.
All right. So Neothil comes back a little bit, beckons for Mika and Rocket.
Hey everyone,
All right.
we're still connected.
Lucrative.
Great.
Now there's a second right path and a second left path.
All right, so Neothil, as you and Mika are rejoining the group, your angle lets you see ahead, and you can see past some more of the foliage what appears to be a large moss-covered
Door.
stone gateway, Gothic architectural style. It has like
Well, that
two.
looks-
It has like two statues of gargoyles on either side. Just horrible-looking creatures, almost xenomorph-like in their like sort of Geigerness.
Looking at those gargoyles, are they real gargoyles or just actual statues?
Make an awareness check. Either that or lore magic. Your pick. Well, actually, not
Yes,
lore
because knee is all provision in the law, as we all know.
magic. It'll be awareness.
Also, what does Shinji see on the right side?
Well, shit. That looks gothic
That's
as
a,
hell.
that's a 6, and the other dice was cocked. Okay,
Cut.
right, so 6, 7, 8, 9 plus.
That's what Shinji sees there. A curved
Does it just
forest
roll
path
back?
arching around.
Does it just roll back into...
15.
15. Judging by the crack patterns in the gargoyles, You
Sorry,
would-
16.
16. Okay. Either way, judging by the crack patterns in the gargoyles, you feel moderately comfortable in saying that these are probably not going to come alive. These are just statues.
Okay. So, Gateway, what does Diablo's plan to construct in this place? Wherever on Eno we are right now. Well, facsimility of being. Just don't think about it. It's all an illusion, anyway.
More a dream, but yeah.
The door, does it look like it's locked?
Looking at it, you do see a sort of lock plate set into it.
Great, trying to figure out how to open it.
Makes you wonder what exactly he's looking it against in this timeline.
I'm more worried about what's on the other side.
The lock plate looks like it is a key or...
It's kind of weird at first looking at it. It's very gnarled and twisted. It almost looks like molten metal that was then sort of like pushed into shape with like a spoon or something. So it's got a lot of like little lumps and flowing bulbs as if it had been running. But it does have the shape of like you would need a key of some sort.
What's it made of? Can it be just broken off?
Some sort of metal. It's not like a padlock. It is set into the door.
Right. The gate itself, is it spiked on top? Can it be scaled?
There are definitely spikes along the top, a lot of them.
Is there clearance over it?
Clearance?
As in, if rocket were to fly.
Maybe? Like, Rocket could get the necessary height, but the spikes are there, and you're not entirely sure what could be waiting on the other side.
I'm just gonna quickly take just a bit of rock or something and just chuck it over and see if there's any sort of resistance, like magically.
All right, you toss a stone over, and the second it crosses the over threshold of the gate, a couple of vines come reaching down, grab onto the rock, pull away, and immediately it just splinters into dust.
Yay! Not doing that. I don't suppose any of us can pick a lock. Well,
Thanatos has the thievery skill, but you don't have a lockpick, so...
Excuse you?
You do have a lockpick?
I mean, he did buy him.
I have 2 lockpicks, thank you very much.
Okay, make a thievery check.
yes, I forgot you were a scoundrel.
And aren't you loving it right now? No.
It's the first time it's come in handy in a very long time.
Especially when my thievery is 5.
Go on, Mr. Thieves Guild. Let's see how you do this.
Alright then. Yeah.
We might want to add.
Yeah.
Good thing we've been getting Destiny like no tomorrow in its place.
We've been getting Destiny.
I don't know why I'm getting Halo 1 vibes when they discovered the flood for the first time.
I don't know.
Oh, we unleashed the flood a long time ago.
Yeah.
16.
16.
That your final number?
How much?
I will point out the last time he said that, he blew up my ship.
Well, again, it's a lot.
I'm just gonna make it a habit of, asking that when a destiny is being applied at this point.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, that's
16 is my final number.
all right.
What about your little friend? He's over there at the moment.
Well, for some reason I can't move him now.
You're probably not in the right mode. On the left-hand side, if you need to click the cursor button again to interact with things.
I did.
Oh.
It's still not
dear.
letting me move it.
Well, for some reason, he's weirdly rotated. Don't know why. If you zoom in closer, you should be able to move him. Anyway, so 16 on the lock picking of this door. So as you go and slide the lockpick and like a little knife to help out into it and start wiggling them around, you hear a little. You pull the lockpick back out. It is dissolved.
So I just wasted 2 destiny for nothing.
Pretty much. This thing has a stupidly high DC to pick.
Okay, so if that won't work,
Now,
who wants to
it is at
try
this
magic?
it is at this point, Neothil, still maintaining that 16 awareness from a little bit ago. You hear something.
Oh, good. I'm just going to quickly change my elemental arrow to fire.
Why?
Because I get vines and plants and shit. I'm getting that kind of vibe.
Okay.
You hear a series of low, threatening growls
From which direction?
right behind the group.
Behind us.
And looking back,
shit.
freshly emerged from that copse of trees right there,
Oh, fuck.
Hi,
Cerberus.
Cerberus.
you see a towering, 3-headed dog covered in armored plates, lips peeled back, slathering jaws, razor-sharp teeth, and crimson drool splattering onto the ground beneath it.
Have we encountered Cerberus before in this campaign?
I don't think so.
Nope.
Yeah. Well, I think I know who has the key.
All right. Well,
Okay.
at this point,
How?
because
How
Neothil
fitting.
is the only one that succeeded on that check, Neothil's the only one who's going to get to open on this round before Cerberus gets a surprise round on the rest of you.
Fuck.
Wasn't this like a roll from last session?
Disabling shot, disabling shot, disabling shot!
Okay, yeah. On it! Disabling shot, lowering his accuracy by 2.
Roll it.
Or also moving here before I do that, so I'm within range to stab.
Okay.
$17.
17. That will hit.
Alright, so that calculator, why did that already? That's his accuracy reduced by 2 for the fight. So, times 8.
Also, what is this Cerberus from, like, one of the Final Fantasies? Because I really love this design.
It's from Brave Exvius. I like to grab a lot of the sprite art from Brave Exvius because Brave Exvius has very, very pretty line art. Or just pixel art in general. It's a very pretty game. It's such a shame it's a gacha mobile game.
I freaking...
God, I wish I had that roll when I was running accuracy, because that would have been a crit, but it's not.
What'd you get?
Okay.
Max damage.
Oh, no, I got a 5 and a 6, which would have been a crit for me if I was running for aiming.
Right.
So that would be 225 damage. That is fire and fiend killer.
All right.
If Cerberus then is the fiend.
Cerberus is considered a bestial fiend, so that does get doubled.
No fire.
You find that he is resistant to fire, takes only half damage from it, so that balances out.
Yes,
So-
the literal dog of hell, shoot it with fire.
So he takes 135 points of damage from that attack in total.
All right,
Where's
and
Dante
stab
when
it.
you need him?
All right, go for it.
Stab,
Go for it.
stab.
Oh, where's a Dante when you need one?
1, 2.
Can I keep him?
Oh, that's actually pretty good. 18.
18? Yeah, that
That
hits.
would hit. Alright, this is dagger, which will be fiend killer, lightning damage, and is piercing.
So he ignores his armor. See how he reacts to lightning.
Alright, so 5 and 2. 139 points of damage unmitigated. Fiend killer.
All right. So, the Fiend Killer aspect does do damage, but the lightning, like the fire, is halved, so it just becomes a flat 139.
Okay, so he's resistant to fire and lightning.
My dagger. I can turn the fire off of my arrows. I can't turn lightning off my dagger.
All right, so
This is an interesting enemy. Is he just resistant to all elements?
no.
Well, obviously not.
And since I moved there, 0.3, so I can move another 7.
0.7, yeah.
I'm gonna roll over here out of its immediate range.
All right, and with that, it becomes Cerberus's turn.
Alright, puppy.
All right,
what do you
so
got for us?
the rest of you suddenly notice Sneed dart back with like a. Ah! You spin around to see her like fire off a shot and quickly duck past this beast as she like rakes her dagger across its shoulder, but it doesn't seem as perturbed as you would like. And as she comes up from its roll, you're all still scrambling for your weapons when it gets to its attack to go off. So the first thing it's going to do is it is going to turn to glare at you, Neothil. One of its eyes is going to flash orange. Lips peel back, and the red dribble is going to become even worse and worse before just hawks something at you and makes a ranged attack roll against you, Neothil.
It's throwing a loogie at you.
It's casting gastric juice. Does it hit with a 13?
No.
No.
This is...
Okay. So, you manage to, like, duck to one side and just barely avoid the splatter of crimson guck as it smears
Wait,
across
what's
the
your
ground.
weapons?
15 with my armor.
That's a good
Otherwise-
thing. It's a good thing you got rid of that accuracy last round.
Yeah. So it's usually 11, it's up to 15. Yeah.
The head that puked at you is going to growl in frustration, but as it's currently facing you, it takes just a couple of steps this way. And then the rest of you, as you're finally like starting to get your weapons ready, its tail is going to whoosh, swipe at everyone behind it. So the rest of the group, essentially.
Hey.
Shit.
So that is a
12.
12. So that is a 12 to hit against all present. I don't think you can shift cover when it's not your turn.
Wait, is this a
Okay.
melee attack?
Yes.
Yay! I can finally use my armor's thing.
Oh, that's good for you.
Jagged.
Right, well, either way, let's figure out who all it hits first. It hits Mika.
What? Smeeker's avoidance?
Mika's avoidance is a fat fucking 7.
7.
Well, I am just checking something. Why you do that?
Avoidance 7, I can't even use evasion to help her with that avoidance.
Cover is
Let's see.
an instant action, isn't it?
Instant actions still usually have to be used on your turn, is the thing with them, though. Unless the description states otherwise, it's still something you do on your turn. It just doesn't take up any of your action real estate.
It's Astra that you can use off your turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah, which I'm not
and-
wasting that.
Yeah, you want to
No,
save that.
that's the final boss thing.
All right, so
Yep.
that is 226 damage before any armor calculations. So let's do Mika first, since I already did her calculations. Mika's armor is 100, so that is 126 points of damage to Mika. All right, Alistair, what is your armor score?
My armor score. Scrolling up. Ah, there we go. 202.
All right, so you take 24 points of damage. Thanatos?
my armor score is 140.
I think it scuffled my armor.
86 points of damage to Thanatos.
Also, since this was a melee attack, my armor has jagged.
Right.
So that's force times half my level, so that's...
So your force times 7. Is this mitigated or unmitigated?
I need to check. Properties... Jagged. That ignores armor, protect, and all types of damage reduction.
Sweet. Okay. So your force times 7 will just be a flat amount of damage.
Wait a minute. What? Okay, that's weird.
Huh?
Oh, no, okay, no, sorry, I was reading that wrong. Yeah, 4 times half a level,
Yeah.
so that's...
Cerberus is usually portrayed as a mastiff whose tails are usually docked.
Not this one's. This one's tail is a long whip-like thing.
In the actual lore, Cerberus' tail has been depicted as a snake, so...
When it comes to Cerberus, there's been many different versions of him.
Alright, so
Even one
Cerberus
just looks like a
take-
giant wolf.
So yeah, for Jagged, Cerberus takes 56 points of unmitigated damage.
All right, and Rocket's armor score.
It's on the sheet.
Okay.
Here, I got it. Rockets is 100.
All right. So 126 to Rocket. And there's one more thing that happens that I need to check. And it doesn't happen. Okay. So,
Sweet.
That's worrying.
all right, so with that, Cerberus. Let me see here. Cerberus is going to let out an agitated and then quickly dart past Unithil and into the tree line beyond, and I need everyone to make an opposed awareness check versus a stealth check from Cerberus as he tries to lose you, essentially.
This is gonna be one of those where he just keeps popping at us from this friggin' grass, isn't it?
15.
What am I rolling for?
15.
Awareness.
Awareness.
Okay.
Okay, this is an opposed roll.
Yeah, versus Cerberus' stealth, which I've already rolled. It was a GM roll, so only I can see it. Ooh, damn, 17.
Thing can escape rocket cybernetic eyes.
That cocked. Okay. So, 8 plus my awareness. This is 8. So, 16.
All right, and I need to roll for Mika. Mika got a 16, so basically everyone got it, because Cerberus kind of rolled like shit and got a 13.
Okay, good.
So, as Cerberus goes and bounds into the tree line, though it's kind of hard to keep track of exactly where he is, meaning that your attack rolls against him will be slightly penalized for the duration of him being in the tree line. You do not lose track of him, and as such, he doesn't get any stealth attack bonuses come his next turn. So I'm just going to reveal the whole of the arena at this point so that you can just more easily keep track of him. All right, either way. And as he tucks himself away in there, it comes back to the party.
Fire and
also-
lightning don't
also-
do jack shit.
Oh, also, Fidget is dead.
What?
Again.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, like-
Shinji got smeared. Shinji's like a little black smear against the gate.
Shinji!
Unfortunately, he doesn't get smeared. He kind of just goes poof and goes back into Thanatos.
Yeah.
fair.
Dead.
He runs back to his shadow daddy.
Never say that again.
Shadow Daddy. I love it.
Okay,
Bippy,
so,
the Shadow Daddy.
Okay, so
Sorry, Haiti.
fire and lightning do not do anything. Normally with
Haven't tried
Cerberus,
Holy yet.
Holy is probably because he's a fiend, and
Mhm.
far as I've seen from what Cerberus is usually depicted as, water tends to be a lot of his weakness too. So I'm going to try a thing.
And
That
ice,
works, I'm gonna
although it's
switch
a
up my
temporary prison.
Okay.
At least that was the one from Devil May Cry. Ice was his weakness. The later one.
I don't have any ice, so
No, but Mika does. She could try.
it does, and Neat can use ice.
Well, if it works, I'll switch my elemental arrow, but that'll take the entire turn
Yeah,
to do.
indeed. So
And I'm going to still be covering the knee, and also be
Alright.
probably casting a spell at it.
well,
Well, let's do Thanatos first, one at a time.
yeah, let's do mine first. Try my idea, which will be water. So I shall be using the Sun's Storm, which will take most of my MP, but I can get it back pretty easily.
Is Banta smell of wet dog in here?
Is
I'm sure it'll work as Maker's Rune's playing.
All right, let's see here.
Dun,
Power
dun,
times
dun.
7, 2d6. So
Ah,
let's see. 24 times 7. 16. So this will be water damage. And this place is Tower of Creation, so I can't change the elemental field in here probably.
Nope. Elemental field. Well, for this.
I mean, you already ruled in a previous session that we couldn't change the field.
Right. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
back when we fought the Death Gaze, we couldn't even change it outside, so I doubt.
As much as I'd like to say, oh no, you never ruled that. Please change the field. No, he did.
fair enough.
It was like,
All right.
What?
It's been a hot minute. All right. So.
Okay, so yeah, 175 water damage.
All right, so as you lift up your scythe and bring the pommel down onto the ground and send out a basically like a small ring-shaped tsunami splashing out from you, crackling with small degrees of electricity, but mostly just water. It sort of rushes into the tree line and smashes against Cerberus, sending him sliding back a little bit, and he turns to glare back at you. He takes a grand spanking total of 90 damage, as his magic armor is stupidly high. He does
does
not
he
seem to
have
have
a-
he does not seem to have an elemental reaction one way or the other to water.
Okay, ice. Let's try
quick question: with the whole elemental field thing, in a future fight that is we're going towards inevitably, if I use my tier 3 limit break and it's holy elemental field, would that counteract opposed to other stuff?
Given you're in the Tower of Creation and that whole thing is basically a perpetual shadow elemental field, I'd say it would probably nullify the effects of it. At least for the duration of your holy elemental field.
I'm just reading.
You know,
up
that's
on-
one thing I forgot about the other round where I could actually do shadow damage to something. I forgot that we were all in a shadow field.
To be honest, I forgot about that too. It's elemental fields is one of those things that it's very easy to forget.
Sure. Anyway, so,
Right, so yeah, so-
Sarah want to try holy on it?
oh, I thought we were going to ice next, but fair enough.
Well, I mean, it's a fiend, so I imagine holy, but apparently now its magic armor is stupidly high.
Yeah, it's magic armor. You deduces a total of 85.
Well, shit.
I mean, that's not stupidly high, but
It is high,
Okay.
still.
Yeah.
Enough that it effectively halved the damage of your thunderstorm.
either way.
Right, Diago it is.
All right, what is the MP cost on that again?
80.
80.
All right, I'll go ahead and subtract that. You worry about the damage output.
Yep, I rolled a 5 and a 6. Add that to 84. That's a lot of damage.
Is it emotional damage?
95. Yep. 95 in total.
All right, 95. Doubled because fiend. And then minus 85 for magic armor. So that is a total of 105 damage to Cerberus. Poof! Another
Bad
wave
boy.
of light energy radiates out from your staff and strikes Cerberus, and you can hear the heads barking ravenously in a couple of whines as you see little bits of their armor plating sort of flaking off from the attack. All right. So, what next?
Normally it'd be rocket.
All right, so I should point out, so long as Cerberus is within the foliage there, he can't be targeted by physical attacks. He's out of range. It's kind of like flight in that you can only hit him with ranged attacks or spells, and even then ranged attacks will suffer a penalty. Because the foliage is too chaotic for you to navigate freely, but Cerberus just seems to just like melt around Cerberus's form. He's clearly well adapted to this environment.
So rocket can't really do anything other than move up.
If that's what Lumina wants to do.
Yeah.
All right. So Rocket will move up to a defensive position. All right.
I mean,
So that just
there is
leaves.
There
Yes?
is one thing Rocket can do that will go off next round.
What would that be?
War Cry.
Oh yeah, give everyone a
That's
haste.
true.
It'll go off next turn, but that gives us all a round of haste, I think.
Yeah, that's what Warcry does.
Okay.
All right, so Rocket sort of braces herself and begins a slow action, inhaling deeply and getting ready to let out a bellowing war cry. And that just leaves the Mika.
I haven't gone yet.
Oh, right, never mind.
When it comes, I know it prematurely tried to put out an arrow for elemental arrow. Can I just choose not to shoot the elemental arrow? The second one I have primed, use the normal one.
Let me double check
I've
the
never-
let me double check the wording on that.
Yeah, I've never tried to do that before because I've never had that go wrong before.
Elemental arrow. It's ammunition, right?
Yeah, 2 arrows, 2 shots. That's technically energy bolts, but yeah.
I'll say you can, but it does say that preparing your ammunition is a standard action, so it'll cost you your attack roll to do that.
That's just the same as switching out. Okay. In that case, I won't bother. I'll just shoot it this round and take the loose damage.
Yeah, like in general, your elemental arrows are supposed to be a standard action to prepare. So
Yeah, I knew that. I was just wondering whether I could get away with just getting rid of the elemental arrow altogether, and whether that would do the same thing or not.
I mean, another thing we could do is, again, have Mika try ice, and if that does extra damage, you can use this turn to switch to ice arrows.
Yeah, but next turn we also get hasted, so I can do both then.
Fair.
So I'm gonna. So I can jump in there, then jump out again.
again, you're not physically capable of entering the same space as Cerberus at present. I just got done saying this about Rocket. You can't get in for a close range attack.
I missed that bit. I thought Rocket just simply couldn't reach.
No, like straight up, you can't enter the tree line. It rejects you. Cerberus just molds around Cerberus. It rejects you.
That is just rude.
Yeah.
Alright.
That's why we got to get him out here.
Alright, in that case.
All right. When you make your accuracy check, subtract 4 from it because he has the cover of the tree line.
I rolled a 4, so I just using my accuracy, I guess. It's
Okay.
11.
11? No, doesn't hit. His avoidance is 14.
Oh, the shit roll.
So yeah, so you make a shot, it shoots by, and Cerberus sort of ducks under it, and it gets tangled up in vines and quickly ripped apart by angry leaves and things.
On the bright side, I got rid of that elemental arrow.
Nah, yeah, you did.
And
All right, and now it's Mika. Mika will come running up here.
We're in a line now. It's just bad to me.
And Mika is going to huff an irritation, expend 20 MP, and cast Blizzara.
see if ice works.
Thing is, he has a massive magical armor anyway, so.
True. But doesn't Mika's whole thing ignore magic armor now?
Yeah, that's right. One of her things is that her attacks ignore magic armor, thanks
Good.
to thanks to imperil on her weapon. So,
That be, honey.
all right, so that'll be 119.
Does it have any effect to ice?
As Mika points her sword at it, it shifts into a book, and this shard spear of ice shoots out of it, crashes against Cerberus's hide, and shatters, leaving a big gaping wound. Cerberus reels back with a roar. It's not double damage, but he does take 50% extra damage from ice.
Neat.
Yes, that would be 300% extra if I'm doing elemental arrow ice.
All right.
Yes.
Now it is back to Cerberus.
Oh no.
Here, doggy, doggy, doggy.
All right, so seeing as Cerberus's efforts to be stealthed did not work, he is going to lock eyes on He's going to glare at Neothil because he's still offended that Neothil noticed him. And he is going again to attempt to spit some gastric juice at you.
Hey, Doggy, you know
Ah,
Thanatos
damn
meant to be the offensive one, right?
It's 15. Does that hit?
I use
Go.
evasion on myself. That ups my avoidance to 17 for this round.
Well, that's
Okay.
good, because I can't cover you at this distance.
Yep.
All right. so-
Basically, when I see it coming, I just, duck
yeah,
cover.
you dodge roll out of the way. You once again, this big glob of crimson steamy shit splatters against the ground where you were. Cerberus ain't a happy camper.
No one else get hit
Aw.
because I can't do that again this combat.
So your Cerberus is then going to use part of his movement action to jump out into the group in the middle. He's going to
foliage now.
He's going to throw back all three of his heads and let out a deafening bellow that attacks everyone in a range. Doesn't do as much damage as
is
the
it.
tail swipe, but it's still a group target.
So he's not cracking out his limit break just yet.
He doesn't have one.
Hit.
So that's a
He doesn't
14 to
have-
hit. Does not hit
Yes, it
Neothil.
is.
It's not hit me.
Okay.
It obviously hits me. I think.
It hits
I think
everybody
it's
other
everyone
button.
else but me. Yeah.
All right, so
Actually, what's rockets of wounds? 11. Okay, so yeah, no, that's still in it.
all right. So that's 208 to anyone who failed their roll before armor reductions. So
So how
Neoth-
On how
So-
much?
so Neothil
How
does
much?
not get hit.
208.
How
So you take 6 damage.
Fucking paladins, man.
You are just a wall now.
All right.
I'm
Let's see.
staring at a 6, and it's 6 fucking damage.
Mika takes 106 points of damage.
Everyone else is
No.
like, ow. I was like, that tickled.
So you're Thanatos,
68.
68. Have you already applied it?
I'm doing it right now.
All right. Let's see here. Rocket's armor is 100, so that is 108 to Rocket. All right. I believe that's everyone.
Yep.
And the extra effect from Cerberus's attacks does not go off.
Oh, shit, so you already got a full blast of that, and oh, never mind.
All right. And now Cerberus is going to use the remainder of his movement action.
Do not go back in the foliage.
This guy is not very brave.
Hit and run
I
tactics.
would appreciate if you three could stop picking on my friends. That would be nice, and open the goddamn door.
This is the most I've dodged attacks in probably years now.
All right, so I'm not even going to necessitate any awareness checks on this one because he rolled a 1 and a 3 on his stealth roll, so he only got a 10. So
Oh my god.
so you all do maintain your line of sight on him, but the guy's fast. He moves pretty far away. Either way, back to the party. Rocket's war cry goes off, and everyone gets a round of haste.
Wonderful. Let's catch up with the doggo.
This business me.
Where you going, boy? I know you're in a bad mood, but if you're a good boy, we could go for a walk. Come on. Where are you?
I will do. I'm tempted to ice elemental arrow, but I think shooting twice in
Actually-
this round will do more damage than just one. Like, because that will do double damage twice rather than times 3 damage once.
Let's see. I was about here, so I can move
Three go
about
times 4.
here. Would I be able to cast a spell?
Yeah, we should still be in spellcasting.
Just-
range.
I hope
Extremely
so,
medium.
because I got haste and I don't want
easy.
to waste it.
Just barely above a
Easy.
medium.
Yeah, as long as you're within a medium range, you are in range to start yucking spells at the guy.
Just moves slightly closer, and yeah.
There.
see that.
Let's do it.
Alright, I'm gonna fire 2 arrows at it. I'm gonna ignore elemental for the time being, because times 4 is
I'm
just
shooting
3.
Diaga.
Let's
and
do
it's a
let's do
six.
Alright,
Neothil
yeah,
first.
One at a time.
Oh, it could,
Okay, Neathil first.
Oh, I just imagine that both the attacks just shoot at once.
Yeah,
okay.
they
Put it
do,
this
but...
way. I shoot an arrow, you do the Yaga, I shoot another arrow.
Exactly. Range attacks. Engage.
All right,
Anyway,
let's do the accuracy check
one
first.
is 17 to hit.
17, that hits. Did you remember to subtract because he's in foliage?
No, I didn't. So 13 to hit.
Just misses.
Well, the bright side is I got 90 damage coming his way.
All right.
And I'm just doing the thingamajiggy. There we go. And I'm good for another shoot.
All right. So, what is the what was the damage output on that again?
90. So 5 less than the last one, but still good. So I rolled a 2 and a 4. That's the damage.
So he takes a total of 95 damage from that particular cast of Diaga.
Alright, let's try again. This guy's a bastard with the foliage.
Yep. Roll.
Is there just not a way we can just keep him from not moving?
One cocked, one on the floor.
And not really. The guy's really fast. He has twice the movement speed you would usually have. So
Seriously? 2 threes? Fuck it. 90 again.
okay, that's another
So
another 95.
I got excited there for a minute. I thought it was a 5 and a 6. It's 5 and a 4.
Oh,
So that's 9 plus 11, which would be 20 minus 4, so 16 this time.
that will hit.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna need a top up next round. Oh wait, could I drink a
200
potion if I don't move?
You
Yeah.
Yeah, you still
You
have a
did move,
movement
though.
action, so you can sacrifice.
Oh
one
no,
to
because
drink.
haste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yep, correct.
Anyway, that's 230 doubled. Or 60.
For a total of 370. Ouch.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely painful. Cerberus is looking not happy.
And then I'm going to
Good.
head over this way, basically attempting to block off him running in this direction.
All right.
On.
Yes.
As for me, Oop, go ahead.
Okay, no, sorry, I forgot Alistair had another attack. Go ahead.
Well, I did the attack. Now I'm sacrificing my movement to drink a high ether.
Because thanks to how we've thoroughly fucked over casting rules in this particular campaign, you would still get another spell off if you sacrificed your movement action to drink an ether.
To get a second spell.
Alright.
I am not looking forward to getting to the real rules next campaign because it's going to make healing difficult. Like, oh, they're nearly dead. Let me spend an entire turn casting heal, and oh, they're dead.
Well, considering
Yeah.
from what we can tell right now, we don't have a heal.
So wait, I could drink the potion and
You get
also
250.
You
back.
could drink your ether, get MP back, and then yuck another Diaga if you so wished, because haste.
Yes. Also, you get 250.
Alright, I'll do that.
back from your-
So with Alchemist, the high ether is also increased.
as I said, you get 250 back.
So you're back to
Yeah,
max
hopefully-
MP.
That's what Haley said. Hopefully
Nice.
Rose will be the healer, depending on what our DM does with Watcher when it's official and final.
Yeah.
I don't want to be the healer.
Okay,
Next campaign.
that's a
We'll
bit
see.
higher. I rolled an 8, so in total that would be 92.
Just
92.
Another 80 from his MP.
Yep, I'm doing that, don't worry. You do the maths. Do. There we go.
All right. So that's Knee and Alistair. Has Thanatos gone yet?
Thanatos has a question.
Ask.
So right now, he's in the foliage, and normal melee attacks do not work.
Normal melee attacks are not capable of hitting him at present. He has too much cover and he's too far away.
So even if it was, say, like a long range melee attack, like my Night Sword,
Night Sword would hit. If it's classified as a short range attack, it will automatically miss. But if it's an
if it's
attack you
long?
can make from a range, you will suffer an accuracy penalty, but you can potentially still hit. So Night Sword is an option for you.
I want to try Night Sword.
Okay?
So that's
Make your accuracy
that's
checks.
Still -4 to my.
Yeah,
Accuracy,
-4
right?
from your accuracy.
I will try. I can still use reliable this round.
Now you
So
do.
even if I fail, I still get another try.
Mm-hmm.
Those heads are probably not looking too great after all that.
And that's why we have reliable. Boom!
All right, and that is including the accuracy penalty, yes?
Yes. Also, with Night Sword, I get lucky.
Oh, so that's a critical hit!
Hey!
Good on you, buddy.
So yeah, Night Sword gives me lucky, HP drain, and zombie touch, but I doubt he can be afflicted with zombie.
Believe it or not, he can, but I'm not sure that matters.
Oh,
Maybe
Let's
that-
do your
maybe that
damage.
doesn't matter. Okay. Right. So Night Sword doesn't give me any increases to my damage, so that's just.
ah, damn. We could have instant killed him if he had zombie.
Well, it's a boss, so we couldn't insta-kill him, but...
It would do damage, the equivalent of a death spell, but...
Hmm.
All right.
Especially how much MP Anasi's got.
And that's Fiend
Jesus.
Killer, right?
That's also Fiend Killer and
Mind.
doubled from crit.
Claim your victory. He did.
Hey!
He had 318 hit
Congratulations.
points left, and after all
Hades.
calculations, that came out to 501 damage, so you got it.
Hades kills Cerberus.
Wow. Put him down for slouching on the job.
And of course, he went to our resident Greek nerd.
Cerberus, you're right, bad boy. So here's what I want to happen. Like, Thanatos is using Night Sword, and with the crit and everything, it's so powerful, it cuts through the foliage, cuts Cerberus clean down the middle, and then keeps going through until it gets to the other side of the foliage. Like, you just see like a huge like sword beam just cut through the foliage and cut Cerberus in half.
Nice.
I thought he'd decapitate all the heads.
So,
I mean, it's probably facing towards me, so I probably can't do that.
I forget. What did we do with Soul Eater for you again?
Soul Eater, you said you only let me have the bonus once because you said it was broken.
Right.
Are you gonna let me have it then?
I mean, I fucking suppose. Might as well. It's a pretty spectacular kill you just got. I'll let you take it.
I forget what Soul Eater does. Soul Eater and a death blow can be performed on any foe as reduces 0 by a standard action. For per combat, the description is up to you, but the essential blow of the death blow is a horrifying sight to behold and causes all foes to be afflicted with a negative status of fear for 1 round, and the darkness sense might be equally shocked. Using Soul Eater also permanently grants the Dark Knight +2 bonus to 2 different attributes of their choice. So I get 2. So basically, I get 4 attribute points from this.
Hades doesn't just kill Cerberus, he absorbs him.
More or less, yeah. So yeah, you get to pick
How
2 of
is
your
this
attributes
set
and
up?
permanently buff them by 2.
Oh, I forgot to mention
I
anyone
got
who might be listening.
Okay.
Alright,
Okay.
I forgot to mention anyone who has listened to this. We this is all scripted. That's why things set up so perfectly right now.
Nope.
Okay.
It's like the 6th draft of the script.
Nope.
Okay. So I'm gonna just get those attribute points and just put them where I wish, and we can do like what that does to my stats later.
Yep.
So yeah, with that bonus, my power is now at 26,
Nice.
and my mind is now 17.
Nice. All right, so everyone gets a destiny point for that. Rocket gets 2.
I just like, can I just hear like everybody's reaction, just me doing this?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, you basically just sawed Cerberus in half from a distance, right?
And just
Me,
cut. Like just let the
Me's
big-
reaction, yeah.
Like
She-
just let the big like scathe on the landscape through here just through the foliage at him.
Me tried to shoot it once, missed in the foliage, quickly reloaded, another energy box, shot it again, and then it just got annihilated. And she kind of stares at the brand new clearing for a moment, glances off the side towards Thanatos, and just 2 thumbs up.
Bad puppy.
9.5 out of 10, Thanatos.
9.5.
All right, there's the gouge you made in the terrain with that.
Yeah, I'm afraid you lose 0.5 because I can't let the ego get too high.
Oh boy. Also,
Can I follow that line to the body and check for a key?
Yeah, there's now a path you can walk. The tree's
Also,
parted around like, oh shit.
that reminds me, I get all my stats back.
Yeah,
thanks
you
to
do
my
because of
dude.
HP and MP drain. You are topped off. Fucking Dark Knights, man.
I'm pretty sure you said fucking insert roll here for all of us at some point now. Literally, in the same fight, you said fucking paladins, man.
I mean, I
fucking
just
works.
kind of picked up that tick from Matt Mercer when he keeps saying like rogues, man, or monks, man.
Well, if we're not in the underworld, Cerberus certainly is.
Do I find a key?
Okay, so coming up to Cerberus, what was Cerberus, rather, you find sort of coiled around what was the middle head, or like half of it now, the broken chain that on the end of it you see a blackened key that it had been wearing like a necklace.
If you didn't hit the key, oh, we'd be screwed.
Oh, he did hit the key. It's just indestructible. The chain wasn't. The chain's fucked. The key's fine.
Clever game design.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Alright.
You have claimed an indestructible key. Congratulations!
I put the key into my key items.
Pretty much.
Literally, I put the key items. And okay, I got the thing. Shall we get out of here before another dog turns up?
Mika's just
I
kind
think
of
that was-
Mika's just kind of gonna walk up to Thanatos and just just very lightly punch him on the shoulder and then give him a little thumbs up with like a little pale face nod and then stiffly follow after knee.
Alisa, how many normal potions do you have left?
I just checked my inventory. After he was like, fucking hell, that wasn't it. That was quick.
It was an explosion of blood.
Yep. Which Alasai is impressed, but also terrified. I'm glad he's on our side. But let's see. Okay, here we go. I have 8 regulars, 9 ethers, and also 8 high ethers and 5 high potions. And a shit ton of other stuff.
Can we have a normal potion to Mika and Rocket? And
Yes,
then,
you can. An alchemist engage.
Yeah, and then maybe a normal ether to yourself and a high ether to Mika? From you?
Yep. So let's see. Just keep in mind of how many potions there is so far.
Alright, so if you're giving Mika healing items.
So let's see. Let's go down the list one at a time. 1 high ether, did you say?
If you give a high ether to Mika, because she's only on 52.
Yep, so that's 7.
That would get her up to
2 regular
301.
potions.
So that would put Rocket and Mika to full.
And a
And
regular
maybe you
high
give
ether.
yourself a normal ether?
Yep, done that. So that's 4 potions I used up. So now I've got 8 ethers, 6 regular potions, 7 high ethers, and 5 high potions. We are
Still good.
good.
We're still good for supplies.
Alright.
So just
And
update,
if you want
remember
me
to
to top
update
up
your MP.
I've done that.
You should get
And the MP
max.
should be max, along with... Actually, would it be max for my... Yeah,
Yeah,
MP. It is
that's
good.
plus 50% and you're above 50%, so... Alright.
Both is good.
What I miss?
Nothing
Mika,
like just topping up.
Mika bopped you on the arm, gave you a thumbs up.
And sorry, Hades, I had to put those in the chat.
And Alistair spent a little bit dishing out healing items to get people up.
Let's open a door.
And Neothil found a key around around the middle of Cerberus's head.
He was there for that one.
Oh shit, he didn't heal up, didn't he? Could we just say I just threw a cure at her before I topped up? That should be enough to max out, right?
A regular cure would be sufficient, yeah. Why is there a hashtag in your HP bar, Alistair? It's 706 hashtag /706. What the hell?
Typo.
I don't know.
I think
I
typoed
didn't
it.
put a hash. What the, it's even still 76 on my end.
I fixed
he
it.
typoed it.
I fixed it.
Thank you.
Hashtag Alistair is too tanky.
Hashtag knee is broken, please nerf.
Oh, is it? No, I was like, of all that fight, like, Alistair still got hit as much as any of us, but he took, like, what, 12 points of damage?
6 points.
Well,
I mean,
Something. He
total.
took some pitiful amount of damage. Anyway.
I'll put
They're basically Armstrong just brushing off the damage.
I'm putting the key in the gate.
All right, you slide it in, you turn it, and when the gate begins to screech open, it sounds like a chorus of just high-pitched, shrill screaming as the gate peels open and you see the next portal to the next floor on the other side. That is the wrong button. I need reveal, not hide. Why does it keep mistaking those? Onward?
Onward.
Okay.
See what the next stage of Sauron's journey to madness is.
All right, so you step forward. Give me a moment. And you all find yourselves once again with that familiar sensation of displacement as you are sent to a new location, somewhere else. And once you come out of the phase out, you find yourself in a different type of cave from the one you were in last time you popped in. The last one was a deliberately constructed mine. This appears to be a more natural cave formation. Judging by the patterns of erosion and the general things around it, it looks to be somewhere high in a mountain somewhere. You can see little shafts of pale sunlight coming in through various holes in the ceiling. A chill wind whistling and howling through. You can see little droplets sort of dripping in the corners of the room. And in the middle of it, curled up on the ground and slumbering, another large creature. Another one with 3 heads, but not a Cerberus. The bulk of its body appears to be that of a lion.
Lion.
Chimera?
It's a chimera.
Oh, great. Another myth.
Go from one 3-headed beast to this. Also,
And this one's even worse. It has
One of
beautiful
these
abilities.
One of these we have fought before. I don't remember its stats. What it was weak to.
I don't recall
have
you guys
fought
fight. I don't recall you guys fighting a chimera.
So we have. Then again, it's been 3 years. Who knows?
I don't think
Not
so.
like this, no. This
Yeah,
is
no,
the
no.
Chimera.
Yeah, you've never fought this one. You might have fought something with multiple heads. I think it's an antlion. That's what you might be thinking of.
I smelled that. I know. I remember the ant line quite vividly because we trashed it in one round.
Right, like the Medusa.
Or even got a
it
chance
sleep?
to do anything.
Is it sleeping? Do you say?
Resting at the very least.
Rocket,
I'm
can you?
rolling stealth.
Rocket, can you scan the thing as we quietly sit still and don't move?
Yes.
I think Rocket's still. I think Luna's still AFK.
Yeah. So.
That's all right.
So
Rocket,
We
scan.
did
We'll
give
just
her
have
we did say like if she needs to like be AFK for a bit we can just have Hades pop in,
because
so-
she is tired. and
she is
might-
tired as balls.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, if Rocket can, this isn't an. It's only in boss levels. She can't do that too, right?
Bosses or end bosses. She can scan normal and notorious.
Is this a notorious?
Well, that's the weird thing. I thought it was notorious, but according to the sheet, I have it listed as being normal. So I guess we'll just roll with what I wrote down.
Okay,
So
scan.
Still rolling for stealth anyways. I'm not moving, but just to be prepared.
All right, so scanning it, you are able to determine that its max HP is 1,260. Its max MP is 84. It takes 50% extra damage from ice, half damage from fire.
Load ice arrows.
It is immune to transform, charm, and confusion.
Does it have any reaction to shadow?
None whatsoever. It is considered a beast.
Alright, since it's resting, everyone don't move. I'm engaging ambush.
Okay.
Wait, we're gonna fight this thing?
Right,
Well, yeah.
Okay, so upon which note, I would actually like everyone to make stealth checks, please.
Let's see if he makes
Which I rolled a 15. Come on.
not horrible.
We have to fight it.
It's not horrible.
I'm gonna have to
No,
add
do we have to
guys.
fight it though?
Yes, we have
Okay.
to fight it. The DM's not gonna let us walk away from this thing.
Well, I'm gonna add
You
an extra.
don't know.
I'm adding an extra D6 because I rolled a 12.
Okay.
I got
Just keep in
17.
mind. Just keep in mind, Chimeras are pretty nasty bastards. They have like
16.
multiple different abilities and
Okay.
powerful.
All right, I'll roll for rocket.
Okay.
So
I'll put mine in the chat. I spent a destiny, so back to 15. Add
currently
one.
Currently on bad luck to rocket. So, but she's got plenty of destiny.
Rocket has the most destiny because Luma's been saving a lot for that big
17.
roll she used to do.
All right. So, what did Alistair get?
15.
15.
Tone, I can look at rocket sheet, but I can't edit it.
Hmm.
So if you could take a point of destiny away from her.
You don't see an edit button in the top?
Nope. All I see is a magnifying glass.
Should be able to do that now, then.
Yes.
All right. Mika needs to roll her stealth now. She has 22 destiny, so she's just going to spend the one that she just picked up from the Cerberus to add another d6. But no more than that, because she doesn't want to waste the destiny. Damn.
18.
Well, if this is like any other Chimera, it could breathe fire, have some form of venom of a snake.
Good
Okay.
chance we're about to gimp it before it can get up, so...
Well, it's
So yeah, the way I was going to rule this is anyone who rolled lower than its awareness would not be able to participate in the surprise round. Everyone rolled either equal to or higher than its awareness.
Oh my god.
Roll.
Its awareness roll was 16.
I'm
You
glad that I
you just made
added
that.
Yeah, I'm glad I added an extra D6.
nice. So
Alright, we have a preemptive round now, which means we get 2 attacks each, and we will have an extra damage step for the first one. We're gonna
Yep.
kill it.
Yep, go nuts. I have no confidence in this creature's survival. Get ready, everyone. We are about to bear witness to what can only be described as an act of animal cruelty.
I
To be fair, everything in here isn't real currently. It's all
They still feel pain.
they still feel pain. Well, it's gonna be feeling a lot of pain.
Oh, it's not gonna feel pain because it's gonna be so instantaneous. It will feel nothing.
So,
It's not going to feel pain because it's going to be dead.
to do damage.
Yeah.
At least that one dice for the destiny didn't go to waste.
Ambush, shooting.
All right.
Actually,
Give me a second because I am submitting that as an out of context quote.
or it's gonna die so quick it's gonna feel nothing.
No, more like
Whoa.
it still feels pain. Not if it's dead.
Not if it's dead.
Paraphrasing what I said. Yes.
Oh, did we lose Illumina?
No, it's darkness.
Oh,
Alright. Moving.
working.
So yeah, I sneak up to it. Sneaking, very sneaking. Like caboose.
Medium, very much above medium sneaky going on right here. Izzy would be proud.
How did the step you are?
Sneaking, I am sneaking, I am killing!
Shoot it at Tom.
Alright, so let's 11,
Hello.
so 16 to hit.
16? Yep.
First one is ice. 230. We lost
Who's
that again.
230.
Having problems. It's ice damage.
Alright, and that ends.
And then
Are you okay, Alyssa?
stabbing, murder.
There's a
Feel like an
spirit
asshole.
issue. I don't know if you all can hear me now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Welcome back.
There we go.
Alright.
Yeah.
My dagger is 14 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
Alright.
That ignores armor.
But just in case you didn't hear it, earlier I said I spent 1 destiny on an extra dice just in case.
We heard
Yeah,
that.
Yeah, we got
Yeah,
that
yeah.
hard.
Everybody,
We're supposed
Which I
to.
had a 17.
Alright, so 139 points of unmitigated damage and no reaction to lightning.
Alrighty.
this
Oof.
poor creature. I just took a fourth of its health away.
Alright, so as you sneak up on the chimera resting, it lets out this little.
Wait a minute.
Like,
no,
push-
I actually do. I forgot to add the extra damage step, so give me 1 second.
Oh shit.
I need add an extra. So that's 28.
It's your dex for both of those, right?
Well, it's different from my dagger because my dagger doesn't get
Right.
the full thing. Yeah, my dagger is just the 22, I think. So, 48. 50! Extra 50 damage.
Okay.
My turn.
Don't forget the damage step!
I won't, because I will be initiating the dark side.
Oh boy.
And this is in Shadow Elemental Field, so I get the bonus from that too.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's extra 2 steps from an Elemental Field.
Yeah.
So
This
that's
poor
extra 2.
unfortunate creature does not
So
know
that's-
the power of the dark side.
So that's 3 from dark side, plus 1 from ambush. Like that's 1 extra damage dip, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And 2 from the field, so that's an extra 6 damage steps. On top of the 8. Oh god. So that's my
I feel
power
a little
line.
bad for this thing.
I feel kind of bad for this thing. So it's 4. So it's 20. So that's.
You
let's
wanted
see,
to fight it. I didn't.
And by proxy, I feel bad for our
14.
DM who started this thing and spent time on it.
Oh, this is
I spent like 4 hours out of one of my days doing up all the stat blocks for all the things you fight in this dungeon back to back to back. My brain was mush when I was done.
The joy is being a DM.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
I think I got a text from a wrong number. Because I'm suddenly looking at what look to be pictures of people hugging who I don't know.
You were trying to be adorable, but it is the wrong number.
I mean, for what it's worth, they do look cute, but I don't know them,
And
so
the
I'm not gonna
tapping
say.
of the
So I'm not
phone,
gonna say
I
any
hear.
more than that. I have no idea who those people are. All right, so 342 shadow damage,
Yep.
and that is subtracted by its armor.
And I get all my health back, but I just.
You're,
traded
you're,
away
you're already at max. It doesn't matter.
Like I said, I took away I took away some for dark side, and I get it right back.
Oh yeah, that's right. So yeah, it's a total of 252 damage to this sucker.
It's below half now, and remember we have an entire second round before it can go.
So, Alistair, would you like to go next? I wouldn't waste magic. I wouldn't waste magic on this thing since it's not a fiend. So I'd just bonk it with your staff.
I mean, I was hoping to hit it last, see if I could actually kill it.
I mean, do we?
I mean, if you
Do we
want
want to keep? Do we want to keep doing this, or do
I
we
wanna
want to say
claim
for
the
the
victory.
sake of brevity? Because
screw brevity. I was say I'll have Rocket go in there if you
let
want.
Rocket smack it first.
This Rocket will now make an attack roll.
Okay, incoming burb.
Incoming
I like
bird
to claim the
with,
victory.
with 11.
I mean, this isn't like a story critical boss, so I'm not super offended that it's just getting obliterated. I only really get offended when that happens with like story critical bosses, like Tiamat.
Or what about were you offended when we did it to the Medusa last round?
I mean, a little bit, but it wasn't such a big deal.
So yeah, Rocket gets a 17 to hit.
Yep, this thing's avoidance is only 13.
on the bright side, I would be highly surprised if you get an ambush off on Diablos.
Right.
You won't.
Quiet. So yeah, this thing doesn't have any reaction to holy, so and this is piercing. So yeah. Now let's Rocket's damage. That's
It'd be her dex times 8.
Dex times 8 says 23 times 8. It's 184. Actually, Dex
And there's
times
also
9
Ravager damage.
because This Dex times 9 because the extra damage step. So it's
And Ravager damage.
And Ravager damage. So 2 ones, but good thing that was an accuracy, but still that's 209 with piercing plus the Ravager damage, which
Finesse times half level, so 7 times 7.
7 times 7. Yeah. That's 49.
Nine.
Rocket doesn't care about any kind of defenses. She just breaks through everything.
Compensating for a lot of accidental nerfs.
Indeed.
All right, so I mean, the Chimera's awake at this point. It's scrambling to get up. Alistair, you're up.
Or do you want
Okay,
or do you want Mika to hit it first so you can have the killing shot?
Well, let's
You get
look
the
it up
kicker.
his health. So
It
yeah,
has 306 hit
That's-
points left.
I mean, if it survives Mika's attack, then yeah.
All right, so you're sending in
Aye.
Mika.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mika is
Mika
just
did-
going to charge in and just make a melee attack.
Give it paper cuts.
I still love that we called her weapon.
It's been the idea for a long time. Okay, that is a 13 to hit. That just hits. She's going in arcane mode, so that'll be her mind times 8 plus 2d6. So 22 times 8 plus 2d6. So 185 minus its armor. Comes out to a total of 95 damage.
Well,
So
I
it's
think
down to 211.
yeah, I don't think we'll be able to get the killing shot here.
Oh, wait, hold on. I
this round.
misrolled that because that was supposed to be her mind times 9.
Yeah, because
Oh.
the extra damage stuff, yeah.
Just add an extra 22.
One 7.
She needs a weapon.
All right. Now it's Alistair's go.
Oh, it's 2 off for a crit, but I brought a 10 plus my accuracy was ridiculously high. My accuracy is
I am
8.
Again,
So,
reminders
18.
of these
Yeah.
of the Soviet one ball meme of just being hit with sticks while he's on the ground.
Indeed.
But I was so close, there's 2 more on the dice, and I could have got a crit.
No,
Your
mine,
mind times 8, please.
mine times 9. 'Cause
Mine
the
times
average-
9, actually. So.
9 is the magic number.
What is your mind, Alisaya?
26. I'd be surprised if you're alive.
9,
I've already did
234.
Yep.
Plus what you roll.
234 plus. I just need the roll, actually.
Mhm.
Oh, an 8. So add an 8 on that. That's 242. And
It
let's see,
is
does it
just-
take anything else? Hang on. Let's look through my staff.
It's now at 37 hit points.
This
Damn it.
thing is just barely alive.
Well, I'm still gonna finish it regardless.
So yeah,
I'm just checking to see if it do any more damage.
nope.
with my
Oh, it doesn't
staff.
matter. We go immediately again, so you can just roll again. You just bop it once, bop it twice.
Yeah, because I don't think there's anything. I mean, unless it's
No.
a fiend, which I don't think it is it?
It is
No,
not.
it's not.
It is a
It
beast.
doesn't take any reaction to holy. So honestly, just roll again, and if you hit, just say it's dead because it doesn't really matter.
It has
if you roll
37
again.
hit points left. It's not surviving anything else if it gets hit.
So just roll again.
Oh yeah, it's definitely dead. I
What
hit.
what'd you roll?
I rolled 16. That hits, don't it?
Yeah, its avoidance is 13. So the way this basically winds up going is you all pop in. You see this chimera just sort of slumbering there, and you're like, quietly, and you all just sort of sneak up on it. And the camera just sort of slowly pans away to a rat in a corner looking on. And then you just hear the sounds like the chimera roaring and the sounds of rending flesh and metal bangs and little cuts and sounds of claws and like Thanatos going, this is great! And the rat just visibly gets pale and uncomfortable and then scurries off, and the camera pans back, and the chimera, it's just fucking dead, man.
All three of its heads cut off, its wings are broken, and just like
I would give $50 to the person who, without prior knowledge, could successfully identify the remains of this creature as being a chimera.
oh.
So that was
I
a
feel
normal
better.
difficulty creature, so you don't get any destiny for that. And even if that would be listed as the reward, I wouldn't be so inclined to give that to you because of that.
Because we literally just destroyed this poor creature.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so
Oh,
Once upon a time, chimeras would have been really scary things for us.
right? No,
remember
that's-
back in the day when we were scared of tomb guardians and behemoths?
Oh, Tomb Guardian was so annoying. Not just because
So,
it's squishy.
you guys ready for some whiplash?
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
So, following your brutal massacre of that poor creature, apparitions begin to fade in.
Oh.
Yes, they're on.
And you see Saran's party gathered around their own version of the Chimera, and they look absolutely battered. They had a very hard time with this thing. Saran's like on one knee and is like propping himself up with the vermilion edge stabbed into the ground. He's like, so, am I crazy? Or did we actually beat that thing? You aren't crazy. We actually beat it. Off to one side, Lala sort of slumps to the ground.
I can't believe it.
It was a near shave. They had a hard time with this thing, all right?
I know they're probably like level 3 at some point, but just hearing this after what that happened, it takes a slightly extra humorous tone that was unintentional.
Yeah. Yeah. Total unintention, and as I'm reading from a literal script here. Anyways, after Lala sort of slumps, Saran pulls himself up and sort of limps over to her like he's definitely favoring one leg after that fight. You okay?
Yeah, I'm alright. Thanks, Saran.
After a second, Saran suddenly grins and just gives like this big pump of it. It's just like, oh, I am a happy man. I almost thought we were goners there for a minute. Off to one side, you see Miura sort of giving him a sideways look.
We almost were.
Almost, but not quite. Saran is still grinning like a little idiot. There's this new little spark in his eye. Like anyone who's close to him, you see him like sort of curl his hand into a fist and whisper into it almost. Okay, it's just a phase, just a little bump in the road. You got this, Saran. You got this. At which point, Doris chimes in. Regardless, we should not linger. Though our quarry is dead, there may yet be other creatures around. And we're not in any condition to fight anything else as we are. Right. Lawless? Right. They go and carve one of the fangs from the dead chimera. And as they're doing that, Saran hangs back a little bit, just looking so vindicated. Then the apparitions fade.
I mean, to be fair, the reason why we easily beat it, we literally got god tier gear.
And you had a surprise round on it.
Yeah.
Like, looking back to the beginning of our adventures. Anyway, there's a door ahead. Shall we?
And I'm sorry what I posted in the chat, but I just imagine that sound effect for some reason when we were beating it.
Oh God, what did you do?
That's the sound effect as we killed it.
I'm not going to click that. Because I'm recording this, so I will look at that another time.
Okay.
Either way, after the apparitions fade, a section of the cave wall ahead sort of pushes back until a wooden door materializes in it.
Does the door look locked or trapped or
Make an awareness check.
a mimic door?
Mimic door.
I'm gonna definitely roll awareness this time. I'm not gonna get a surprise, which I would have been over there, so I didn't move.
11. So good shit.
11. Alright.
1 to 3.
Alright, looking at it, doesn't look trapped, doesn't look locked. It's just a wooden door.
I rolled a 1 and a 2 and add that to my awareness. That'd be 10. No, wait, that's the wrong one. That's avoidant. Hang on. There it is, 8. So, yeah, 11.
Yeah. We don't see shit if this is trapped about the back. I open the door.
Alright, opens without a problem. On the other side, you see what is very clearly an inn room. There are 4 beds, beside each of which is a little end table that looks like it has like a little under chest area for storing personal belongings during one's stay. And on the 2 beds from afar, you can see, sort of sitting down and facing each other, you see Ryle and Saran. And Saran is sort of examining his sword. Or rather, hold on, no correction. Saran is sitting there alone at first, and then Ryle enters from the door off to the side. And as Ryle enters, Saran looks up. Hey, Ryle, where are the others? The girls are out shopping for a new staff for Doris. They're having fun teasing him, too, so I figured I'd leave him to it. Those 2. Yeah, actually, I've been meaning to talk to you about something. It's at this point that Ryle sits on the bed across from Saran. About Lawless, specifically. Huh?
Big brother talk.
Ryle just chuckles and shakes his head. Look, I'm not blind. I've known you two have kind of had a thing for each other for a while now. Lawless crushed hard on you when we were younger. What? She did? He was the ears and the tail. She thought they were cute. In her words, I just want to pet him all day. There's this brief pause. You're making that up. I am not. The 2 kind of chuckle quietly at that, before Ryle continues. Point is, I know you and my sister are romantically interested. I just want you to know, I'm okay with it. You are? I didn't used to be. I like you, man, believe me, but Lawless is my sister. She's my family out here. She takes priority, and, well, I don't know. I guess I was worried that in our line of work, romance might make things more complicated than they needed to be and already were. You know, make her make stupid decisions for you, or you for her, for that matter. Might have gotten somewhat hurt. So I kind of kept an eye on things, ready to jump in and break it up at a moment's notice. And what changed your mind? Bunch of things. We've almost died, 3 times? Each? It's giving me some perspective. For people like us, tomorrow isn't a sure thing. Need to appreciate the joys we have while we have the chance. And, then Mira showed up. Yeah, you've been crushing pretty hard on her. Shut up, Junleel. They both share a little laugh. Point is, I know what that feeling is like now. How nice it feels, and now that I know it, I don't want to deny my best friend that feeling, or my sister, especially given how dangerous our lives are. So, if you two want to go for it, be an item, you've got my approval. All I ask is that you keep her safe. Sauron gives a warm smile and holds out a fist. Don't worry, Ryle. I was always gonna do that. Good. I'll hold you to that. They bump fists, and their apparitions fade. I like how no one is saying anything. You're just moving your tokens into the room.
He doesn't have anything to say that hasn't already been said.
Yeah. So yeah, following that exchange, the group silently advances into the inn room. You move on to the next door, I take it?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Just not a whole lot to say about this. Yeah, it's kind of cute. And he's got a crush or whatever, and that was kind of cute. I just want
He's also a genocidal maniac.
It's kind of hard for us to express how cute that was when it's Sauron.
Right.
We know where this is going.
Well, at least I know what. Well, if Tytos was in the mood, if it wasn't Sauron, he'd be making a joke about how Nee always wants to pet Mika's ears all day.
Anyway.
Either way, opening up the door, you are greeted to a curving and uneven, what looks to be paved stone path, what you might expect to see in the middle of a city street, sort of curling down, suspended in the chaotic void of the Tower of Creation. And up ahead, you can see it disappearing between what looks to be just a small cutout of a larger city. Though which one it is in particular, you're not sure. It's not one you've ever been to.
Does it look more often?
It does not. It does not appear to be Mithrin architecture. This is more mainland stuff.
Do we recognize the architecture at all? The style?
As I said, it's not anywhere you've been in particular. You can make a history check if you want.
Mika, do you these buildings? Do you know the style?
Let me see.
I can push the right
I
button.
need knowledge. Go to Bookcat.
That's what red mages are for. Lore everything.
Okay, give me a second.
We need a Lucas and drag him along.
Looking at it, she furrows her brow for a second before saying,
I think we're looking at Renvale.
Rena, what?
Renvale. It's a city in Volia. Sort of hugs the border between Volia and the Numos Steppes.
Right. Oh. I'll look at the buildings up ahead. See if there's any more shades.
Anything particularly interesting about this city that makes it unique?
Not that I personally know of. I was never there. We're just kind of like just kind of a border town. Got big mostly because it got old.
and yes, Neothil, as you are getting closer, you do see the half-remembered shades of wandering civilians and pedestrians that Sauron had passed, and the ghostly echoes of indistinct chatter. As you descend down the pathway, it eventually opens out onto a more firmly remembered city street. It comes to an end surrounded on all sides by various buildings, including a tavern. And you see in front of said tavern what appears to be a notice board.
Gesundheit.
Ow! I am in pain.
I'd imagine so.
Yeah, those are very painful. Ow. Fuck.
Approaching the
Yeah, I would say
board.
that.
Approaching the
What's
board.
that? What was it you just said, Darkness? I missed that.
Oh, nothing much. It's just me. I had moments like that, and also getting late.
easy.
But let's see how far we
Anyway,
go.
Alright, so,
notice
as-
board.
yep, as one, the group kind of approaches the market board, and as you're getting closer, once again, apparitions of Saran and his group start to flicker into view. They're looking at it. Doris is adjusting his glasses. Pretty slim pickings today.
Yeah. Most of these jobs are entry level.
That or they just don't call for our skill sets.
A pity. But there's always the morrow.
Wait. Saran reaches and snatches one slip from the wall and reads it over. Oh, heck yeah, this is more our speed. And he turns and shows the paper to the party, and you can see it from here. On it, you see an image of a large plant-like creature with a gigantic gaping mouth and all sorts of tentacles floating about. Some sort of magically mutated Ochu's been causing trouble on the road northeast of Yala. Renvale Council has put out a call to adventurers to quell the threat. A mutated Ochu? Oh, no, that's concerning.
Agreed. Ochus are decidedly dangerous beasts, even when not mutated.
Pays good, though.
And this thing's been killing innocent people, according to this. Travelers and the like.
Well, then what are we waiting for? Saran, I don't think you quite understand. Ochus are on the same level as Morballs in terms of how dangerous they are. Morballs are more aggressive, perhaps, but an Ochu is still nothing to sneeze at. Whoa, Morball. Those things are nasty. Haven't they been known to tear down entire groups before?
There were stories of one causing significant damage to Wendland Crossroads when we were passing through that area.
Hey, I know the thing's dangerous, guys. I'm not blind, but come on. We've dealt with cultists, giant moss worms, a Medusa, that chimera just last week. All kinds of funky monsters. Come on, we got this. Well, if you're sure,
I see where this is going.
might be a bit of a step up from our usual fare.
We'll be careful. I won't feel right if we don't at least try.
See Doris and Mira share a look.
I suppose we are outvoted then. If we're taking this job, we should go talk to the Renvale City Council. The notice says they can tell us more.
All right, let's go then. The group walks off, and the apparition fades out. Though you do see Laulis and Mira's apparitions lingering just a little longer before they flicker out.
Alistair, how long was it before you got on that ship to Marasu that your master was injured by the Morball? Because that was the attack they just mentioned, I assume. It dates this place.
Oh shit.
Well, it's not like there was a event that they heard about. Doesn't mean it was necessarily recent.
It still relatively dates it. They heard about it. How long was it before you met us?
Which even I have to have in mind. Give me a mo.
It was a while, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, actually, because back then we didn't even have the calendar. So how long was it?
Several years,
Kind of.
if nothing else. Like you hadn't left for the Academy City yet, and you studied there for a good few years, so...
So, they heard about the attack that you were part of, but they're going after an Ochu, something bigger, badder than anything they faced before. Do we all see where this ball's rolling? Someone's not making it out of this. And you're one of them.
Yes,
Great.
let's go and
Reckless
fight.
fool.
Let's go and fight something that's as bad as a Morble, because we all
The
see how
two
well
the two
that
that stayed behind, it was the two girls, you say?
Lawless and Mira, yeah.
Right. The two
Why
that
do I
lived
get
a bit
this?
longer.
Why do I get this feeling that the brother's going to die and Lawless is going to be very pissed at
Judging-
Simone?
Honestly,
Or both
Right-
of them would
right
die,
now-
and Sawan's the only survivor.
right now
Either
I'm
that,
thinking
he
it's
gets
Lawless
killed.
and
Let's be
Mirrors
honest with it.
because the memory lingered on those two just a few moments longer, like Saran's trying to remember them in particular. That suggests to me that they're the ones that's not going to make it.
Yeah.
You just said the girls are staying behind.
No,
Their apparitions lasted longer before they flickered out.
like the rest of the memory faded, but those two remained for a few moments longer.
So obviously they died.
Well, we'll find out in a minute, but what I'm guessing may happen, we'll find out if that's true in a moment, is if
Oh, shit.
those two died, Saran and Mir's Lawless's brother, who they liked, if they die, it puts the group at odds. Well, we'll see, but I think we're about to get an answer to the state Vanar found him in. Go.
Alright.
We have to see it.
So the group begins to make their way up the path, turning the corner on the street, and up ahead, it starts to transition from city street to what looks to be more natural pathway. You can see a tree line just sort of suspended in the void ahead that the path leads up to. Sort of an upward incline, so you can't quite see into whatever's on the other side of that tree line just yet.
They mentioned in Ochu, given how this place works, everyone go silently. I'm drawing my crossbow.
Alright, are you guys making stealth checks?
Yep.
Gotta roll that stealth check.
Could have been a bit more impressive.
Well, it's a critical.
Okay.
Nice.
A critical what? Critical success. It's fine.
Phew.
I'm not putting any destiny in this.
Alright.
And I guess I'll roll the rocket too.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see in total.
40.
Please don't be an unlucky 13.
Okay, so. Any other rolls I'm missing here?
I think you
rocket,
have everyone. I mean, mine's a
rocket,
13.
Mika.
Wait, who rolled 11? Thanatos. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm not putting any destiny into this.
My critical success might make the difference. Let's see.
Perhaps.
Well, either way, as you are advancing up the path, as you are starting to cross the threshold into the green patch, into the forested area ahead, just faintly at the edges of your senses, tickling your ears, you hear a phantasmal, distorted scream. Sounds like Mira's voice.
Well, there's our theory.
Everyone knows.
And as you emerge the rest of the way up, you are greeted to the side of a large forest clearing. with little streaks and smears of blood and other things across the ground. And on the far side, appearing to be in the middle of chewing something, you see this large creature, the same one that had been depicted on the sheet of paper. An Ochu with yellow leafy fur and sort of growths all over it. Beady eyes, staring deadly ahead. Just chewing and gurgling.
Someone or something. I guess Venus the Man Trap was a warm-up.
Yeah.
How are our stealth checks?
Well, Thanatos failed, because it rolled a 13 on its awareness.
Does my critical success help
Shit.
in any way?
It helps you. Doesn't really help him.
That's fine.
Do we see? Can we see like anything depending on what two it's eating?
Make an awareness check.
Mira.
But
Well, considering what we heard earlier, I would imagine.
alright,
16.
6 and a 3.
16 Thanatos, you see a, in the process of dissolving arm, just kind of hanging limply out of one corner of its mouth.
Anything depicting on what I can recognize as anything, or
I rolled a 15.
I mean, it's
No, wait.
definitely a humanoid arm.
Alright.
Has the more slender
Alright, let's
features
just-
of something feminine.
So it's spotted. The rest of us are kind of hanging back, but
17
kind of-
I rolled.
well, I'm ahead of the pack anyway, so I guess
Yeah.
it makes more sense.
So its eyes turn and land on you, Thanatos. And the moment it sees you, the various tentacles coming out of its face and body start writhing angrily in the air. Its jaw opens.
ambush for the rest of us.
What was that?
Ambush for the rest of us.
Indeed.
Well, looks like you're bait again.
So, turn order starts as a fight
Although, is
begins.
this gonna... This is a quick question. Would this be, per se, a long fight or mid-fight?
It's notorious, like the Cerberus.
Oh, not bad.
that'd be about as long
Okay.
as. Yeah, we should be able to finish this.
I have time for one last fight.
Before Nee shoots it with ambush, shall we have Rocket scan it?
If that's what you want to do.
Well, Rocket has an extra round. I mean, Rocket could. Where Rocket is, Rocket can't make it anyway, so Rocket could start moving in and scan.
Very well. Move Rocket right here.
Okay.
But then she'd be spotted.
Well, again, this is an ambush.
We have a preemptive round, and then we have a normal round because of ambush's effects. It's already gone in.
So, yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So yeah, scan
if we-
please.
So yeah, we all get 2 goes. Thanatos gets none, but he got spotted.
All right, so scanning the creature, Rocket is able to determine that it has 1,344 hit points, 170 MP. It is immune to transform, charm, and poison, and it takes double damage from fire. It absorbs earth, and it takes half damage from wind.
Alright, so fire's the way to go.
Alright. Loading up fire arrows. My first preemptive go. I'll do the rest of it in a minute if someone else wants to do their preemptive.
Well, I'm moving up, obviously, and trying to follow up with Nee. Because, covering her, but also going to cast Diaga.
All right.
What was that?
What do you mean? What?
Only-
Okay. My character is like shot and there's like a line.
All right. What does the MP cost to Diaga again?
80.
80.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and subtract that from you.
So it'd be
Okay.
254.
Yeah, this thing's not a fiend, so you're not
Alright.
gonna get any.
254
Bonuses.
damage, you said?
No, that's basically how much MP I had.
Okay, all right.
They're in the wall now.
He wishes it did that much damage.
Yeah. I won't be able to do that much, I don't think. Okay, so that's a 6 on the roll, and so it'd be 90.
90. This creature does not have any elemental reactions to holy. And as your blast of radiant light washes over it, it just sort of shakes itself and shrugs it off. Its magic armor is 100.
So you did no
Shit.
damage.
You did no damage to it.
Mika is up.
All right. Mika
Not
is
good.
up.
And there's not much she can do either. Except maybe flare.
Comet.
Comet costs less MP, so she's gonna rock a comet.
And she ignores magic armor.
So comet is useful again.
Yep. But shit,
She only gets 4 of them, but that's okay.
I can see how Saran and that lot struggled with this thing.
Yeah, because most of their best fighters
Alright.
are magic.
So that will be a total of 210 damage. Wait, no, hold on, that's incorrect. 280 damage.
But it's supposed to be 4.
Yeah.
Now I'm curious.
As 4 flaming rocks fly out of paper cut and strike across the front of the Jupiter Man trap. Did not care for that.
And that's preemptive.
Yep,
Now we have a normal go.
Why don't I get one?
because you were
Question
spotted.
comes-
I mean, I don't get a preemptive one, yes, but then everybody should have a normal go, right?
Yeah, and now it's the normal turn. And now you get,
Alright.
and so now is the part where you get your normal turn.
Okay, I was confused because Tom made it sound like I don't even get like a regular round either.
No.
Well,
That's-
in previous ones you haven't because I guess it depended on whether.
In the
I
last
have
one,
choice
in
to
the
go
last
first.
one, when Thanatos wound up getting swallowed by the thing, it's because he rolled that critical failure on his stealth. So I gave it a preemptive round against him.
Fair. Right.
Hmm.
In this case, he didn't roll a critical fail. He just rolled lower than its awareness, so he didn't get the benefits of ambush, but he doesn't get the downside of having it attack him first.
All right, I'm going in, shooting and then stabbing.
All right.
Fire.
It's going to have fire on it.
Okay.
Question comes to mind. The fuck was Saran thinking going against this thing?
He was
He
feeling
got it.
overconfident after killing a chimera,
You got a big head.
like we did the first time we fought him.
That's true.
So, 18.
18. That hits.
This is fire, so double.
Yep. 228 doubled.
Ouch. Comes out to a total of 381 damage.
Ouch.
And then unmitigated dagger.
Roll it.
This poor bastard. Like everything in here is just we're just steamrolling.
Oh, being sneaky about it.
The only thing that's really given us any trouble, at least for me, was that damn devourer thing that ate me.
That's 5. That's 11. So 16 to hit.
That just hits.
Just hits. Oh, fucking hell.
So this thing's got that much of an avoidance?
It's in its specific habitat of a forest. It gets bonuses.
Okay, this thing. Be careful with this thing. Alright, so that's 9. 141 points of unmitigated damage.
Ouch.
That's me. Done.
All right, Neothil done. Who next?
Well, Alistair moved up, so I imagine Alistair wants to go next.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'm in range to hit, but I know I'm in range to basically up to knee.
Well, you are in
And
range
cover her.
to melee, yes, you are.
Yeah, you could easily get in a melee bonking range.
Alright then. Because magic is not doing jack shit, so
Well, no.
let's hit it.
All right, accuracy check for me, please.
Most of your spells are more for healing and defense.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's
we'll
your best spell, and
two
it did nothing.
4s. Plus my accuracy. So double 8 is 16.
Just
Hit.
hits. Just hits.
Yes. Okay. Kabonka time.
Doesn't Alistair's staff also have MP refresh?
I mean, it has a lot of things. Let's see. Fuck a lot of things.
He has therapeutic.
Therapeutic, but I don't think anybody's. Is anybody even injured? Yeah, it does not have MP refresh.
I rolled a 6 and a 2. So that'd be 8.
Yeah, nobody's injured, so therapeutic doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh, sorry. How much is that?
Let's see. It's also times 8 times the mind. I like it does mind damage instead of freaking power.
Arcane.
It's
That is-
arcane weapon.
Arcane is very good. So, added that, 216 in total.
All right. Comes out to a total of 141 as you bonk it again. Boom, managed to like get it right on its lower lip, and it slides back a bit from the force of it.
We almost got this thing. Keep it up.
Who next?
My turn. I must redeem myself from my poor stealth. Unfortunately, I cannot quite get into melee range. But this thing is ouchy to fire. So actually,
So
I
it
do
does have high magic armor, 100.
Although, I do have one option. This thing has no reaction to shadow. And... yes. So... Initiating the dark side, and we'll be using 100 MP for a juiced up flare.
Nice.
Okay.
Flare is... Isn't Flare
non-elemental.
Ah, okay.
Flare is non-elemental. I could have gone with the superior fire one, but Flare is non-elemental and does a lot more.
Okay.
So it's power times 15. $370.
270, you know?
Yep. 270 damage from that. All right. Didn't like that, that's for sure.
And now
Good.
Rocket. Can Rocket get into melee range though? Yes, Rocket can.
That you can, indeed. That's about as close as you can get right there.
6 plus
20? Yeah, that'll hit.
It's very hard for Rocket to hit this, to not hit this thing. Okay, so.
So 49 flat damage from Ravager.
Indeed, and that's 23 times 8. 24. Roll. 6 plus 192, and that ignores armor.
All right. God damn it.
We just can't have anything that can do anything, and now Mika just comes in and just kind of lightly baps it and just like, okay, you're dead.
Claim your victory.
I mean,
Mika has
Actually-
this one.
Yep.
Yeah, Mika's just gonna cast Dia.
Yeah, that's the most basic.
But it,
Really.
oh yeah, because
If that works.
she ignores magic armor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it deals her mind times 2. Her mind is 22, so it'll be 44 plus 2d6. It has 29 hit points left.
So yeah, just like get a little bit of light and just kind of have her like flick it.
So yeah, as this thing is writhing after having you guys wail on it so abruptly, Mika steps up, points her blade, and a little pearl of light shoots off of it, shoots down the man-trap's throat, and it just sort of deflates and crumples like a balloon.
It did.
It did. It did. Destiny point acquired, because notorious. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
You can hope for one.
I-
You can hope when that does fail on his stealth check.
yeah, I was kind of hoping that one would be a bit tougher on you guys. Yeah.
I love it. Also, did I give Rocket the Destiny for Cerberus? I don't think I did.
I gave you edit permissions to do so. So
Okay, so yeah. So
Next.
Rocket got 3 from Cerberus, right? Or
2.
was it- Rocket got 2 from Cerberus and then 2 from this thing.
Yes.
Future floors, I think we're going to be getting ambushed like Cerberus did a bit more.
Does anyone want to know how much Destiny Rocket has?
Over
Yes.
34.
30.
Nice. All of that's
Rocket's just
going to
gonna
be
be
spent.
spamming limit breaks. Just
No, I think most of that's going to be spent on Phoenix. We all know it.
Probably.
All right, so the man-trap lies dead, thoroughly bloodied and pulped by all of you.
And now let's see how Saran's group did.
After a few seconds, speaking of the devil, the apparitions begin to fade in. And as they do, it's not a pleasant sight. As you predicted, Saran's group did not fare so well. You'll give me just a second here. I'm getting music
Is
set
it-
up.
Does the man trap lie dead for them as well?
Yes, it does.
And how many
So-
of their group do we see?
So the first thing you see is Ryle not far away from the man-trap's body, and he's holding Lallis in his arms. She's unconscious and covered in horrible burns and injuries. Her skin is pale. There are little boils and blisters all over the place, and both of her legs are twisted and mangled at an unnatural angle. But she does appear to be breathing.
What about the other girl?
You don't see her right away. You see Saran next to Ryle pouring as much healing magic into Lallis as he can manage. Come on. Saran, help her! I'm trying, Ryle! As they're talking back and forth, you kind of look off to one side and you can see Doris. He's also pretty battered, head bowed, eyes closed. After a few seconds, the flow of healing magic from Saran's hand stops. Gah. I'm tapped. I can't do anything more for her, but I think she'll live. Ryle kinda just holds Lallis a little closer. Oh, sister. Little wind blows by. What about Mira? Doris speaks up. I'm sorry. She's gone, Ryle. The beast's acids, there's not much. At which point Ryle just closes his eyes and just starts openly screaming. I'm sorry. Sorry. You're sorry? It's my fault. I shouldn't have pressured us into taking this job. I'm so sorry. Saran. After a moment, Ryle gently sets Lallis down, stands up, and then punches Saran in the face. Ryle, that's... Shut up! Mira's dead. Lallis might never walk again. He turns back to Saran. You promised me you'd protect her. You promised! Saran doesn't say anything. And Ryle kicks him. That's enough, Ryle. Ryle bends down and gingerly picks Lallis up, sort of Princess Carrie style. It's gonna be okay, Lallis. I'm taking you home. We're done. On the ground, Saran looks up. Ryle, just stay put! I don't want to see you ever again, Saran! You hear me? Ryle, please, you're being unreasonable. I said shut up, Doris! And Ryle stalks off at a brisk walk, carrying Lallis the whole way. After a moment, Saran pushes himself into his sitting position. What have I done? Buries his face into his hands. A second later, Doris comes up to his side and puts a hand on his shoulder. And the apparitions fade.
So, Mira dead. Laris crippled permanently. Taken by her brother home. Never to see again.
And that's what happens when you get too big of a head.
This means Lawless and Rio could be alive.
Maybe.
That's even considered living.
Wow. People can make recoveries when they're determined enough. She seemed a strong woman. Maybe when this is done, if they are alive and nothing else revealing happens in these visions, we should find them.
Yeah, I'll show them how great their bestest buddy has gotten now.
It may not be nice news, but Lawless in particular I think deserves to know.
We'll bring
He
her,
doesn't already.
we'll bring her his head in a box.
No, Thanatos. Saran deserves to pay, absolutely, but his friends did nothing wrong. If only for the man Saran used to be, I won't hurt them needlessly.
Plus, they'd be confused who the heck we are. Not the whole world knows what we done.
I mean,
Whatever.
there's this. What is Saran? I mean, we said earlier that he's trying to fix something. This tower is. Did he plan to fix what wrong? Is just. Come on.
Whatever he's trying to do with this tower isn't worth what he's doing in the world.
No one's denying that.
No one's arguing it is. Trying to figure out exactly what he intends to do, specifically, not just generalizations.
Doesn't matter what he's intending to do because we're stopping him.
Knowing what we're stopping always helps. Come on. Go.
Alright. You move on from that clearing, and you find the forest path opening up into a more general grassy path that flows down until it comes to what you immediately recognize as being a crossroad in the Academy City. No buildings, but the streets are immediately recognizable, especially to Alistair.
We can see text on them.
Oh, well, hold on a second. That's not supposed to be there. That is not at all supposed to be there.
Yeah.
That was supposed to be hidden. I was wondering why it looked darker than the rest of it. Anyway. But yeah, it's definitely a street intersection from the Academy City.
Oh, shit.
As you sort of step out onto it a second later, as usual, apparitions start to fade in, half-remembered shades of people walking by. In the middle of it all, in the very center of the intersection, you see Doris and Saran flickering in, just sort of talking. Are you certain, Saran? Yeah, I am. I'm done with this life. I'm going home. Maybe I can patch things up with Ryle. Make it up to Alice. I'm sure you can. Ryle was always emotional and impulsive, but he's not a bad man. He'll come around. I hope you're right. The two are quiet for a moment. You could come with me. You haven't seen Glen Sing, and you were always the voice of reason. I think not. I appreciate the offer, Saran, but no. Looking back on our time together, I realize now that I knew far less than I thought. I mean to stay here for a time. Figure out where exactly I went wrong, return to my studies. Right. I will follow you when I can. You live in Glen Sing, yes? Yeah, that's right. Small little village. Not even on any maps. Only one on its island. Then I will see you there. When I'm ready. Saran actually manages to get a little smile and shakes Doris's hand. I'd better see you there. You take care, all right? You as well. The two share a little nod before parting ways. And the apparitions fade.
So he's off to where we met him. Doris, Academy City. Alistair, Mika, you don't happen to know that name, even faintly.
Alistair, go ahead and make me a roll. 2d6, add your finesse.
Okay. Okay, let's have a look. My finesse. 12.
12. You now that you're thinking about Doris a bit more critically, you have heard the name before. Only in passing, and you've never met the man yourself. You've only heard him mentioned in passing as a promising black mage who studied under Matoya. That's about it. We don't know anything else about him.
Mika, get a roll.
I heard stories, but that's about it.
Mika will make a roll, but the DC for her will be significantly higher because she was not there nearly as long.
Even knowing if he's still there would be helpful. That's better.
Unfortunately, because of how briefly she was there in comparison to Alistair, she does not know.
Alistair, do you even at least know if he's still there? Or...
I think I wouldn't be sure, but... Yeah.
You don't. You do not know for sure if he's still there or not.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah.
Like, again, you never met him personally. You just heard him mentioned a few times. Some other people or professors talking about him.
So... Three alive... We soon. I wonder if Darius is still in the Academy City if you saw him that day. Anima. And this Glainsborough, was it?
Glainsing. I'll put it in the chat.
Glainsing. Glainsing. Which island is that on in the Coton?
Mika will make a roll.
I have no idea. I've never heard of it. Saran did say it's pretty small. There are a lot of little villages scattered all over the place that aren't necessarily marked on the big maps.
The officials on the island should know. Like, what was the name of the leader of the one island that we took everybody to Marasu?
You mean the Alpha on Lyrasai?
Yeah, the Alpha on Lyra side. He should at least know about it, right?
Give me a second to double check his name, but theoretically, yeah, he should know. Baron Kulnir. And yes, theoretically, he should know about this place, or at least have the records to, learn about it, but he's not here right now.
Well, again, once we're all done with this, if they want to go find him.
I walk up to Thanatos and I just reach in and pull out the Million's Edge.
Huh?
When we're done, and he's gone, because he doesn't walk out of here, we will know this. We'll bring this to them. Better than a head, I think. It's family, too. I think they're better to decide what to do with it.
It's more than he deserves, but fine.
It's not about him. It's about the woman who loved him. And his friends. I think we know a thing or two about that. I don't know whether he thinks he's motivated by trying to help them or selfish desire to fix things. That can't be. I hope to hear it from his mouth when he stops playing these games, and I know you're listening to us, Saran. Every step of this way.
Thanatos just looks up and flips off the sky because he knows Saran's watching.
So yes, when we're done here, if they're alive, we'll bring this back to them.
What is that?
In response to Thanatos flipping off the sky, it shifts a little bit. Sort of a little repeating thrum for a second.
The fuck?
You get the impression Saran found that funny.
So yeah, you don't deserve it, but we'll do it anyway. I'll put the sword back in its scabbard.
The way to the next
You really
floor
tell us
stays open.
an explanation, though, beyond these visions.
Right. Next floor.
All right.
How many floors
Seven?
is it now?
7. We're now moving on to.
You're moving on to floor 7. That was floor 6 you just finished.
Which will probably be next time, correct?
Indeed. Yep,
Correct.
so.
Do we at least get a preview this time? Come on, move us to the floor.
Nope.
Fuck you.
So, as last time, you step off the edge of the street and into the light that'll move you on to what comes next. And as the light envelops you and the sense of displacement overtakes your senses, the party had just seen the ultimate dissolution of Saran's group in the past, and are moving on to the next layer of pandemonium when we last left off. And so that is where we shall enter. As you all emerge from that swirling light and chaotic sense of displacement, you emerge out onto another suspended platform of sorts, not unlike when you first arrived and spoke with Saran. But instead of being this just a platform jutting up out of the ground with endless reflective water on all directions, instead you appear to be at the top of an enormous mountain whose peaks rise high above a swirling cloud line. The sky above is clear, but dark. Sort of muted, reddish cranberry purple, with a distant star blazing its faint light through, as if obscured by a heavy fog. Heavy winds howl around, and you can occasionally hear strange creatures calling out beneath the cloud line below. The air is thin, but breathable.
Wow, this place looks shorter than the others. Exit just over there, across the way.
It's never that easy.
Yes, looks can be deceiving.
Some big greebly gonna drop from the ceiling or appear from nowhere. So 7, 8, and 9 should be where Sauron's waiting for us.
Yeah.
And 10 would be the top, back where the crystal once lay. Full circle, once again. Still, you're probably right. When we get into that center, something's going to happen.
That's usually how it seems to work.
Thanatos, you want to take a quick potion? You've got a bit of a scratch there on your face.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Come on, if we're going to...
Real quick,
Go.
that reminds me, just double checking. You all hovering over your tokens with your cursors can see your quick info displayed, right?
Yep.
Okay, good. That'll be very useful for me later.
Useful for us as well. We don't need to instantly look at our sheets all the time.
Yeah.
And do I
I've
have
lost my
any
train of thought
regular
now.
potions?
Oh yeah, potions. You
don't
probably
have-
should. If
I don't have any regulars, but what the fuck?
I have a regular for you. I have 9 left. So here, I'll chuck you one.
And let's see, I chug ether with that, so that should get me back to full for each one.
You don't calculate it while I'm thinking about
Actually,
it.
ether,
Okay.
only 25%.
There we go. For some reason it was on night mode. I didn't put it on night mode. Fair enough.
52. And good enough.
Alright,
I'm just
shall
gonna
we?
get it back when I hit it something anyway.
Alistair, want to bring up the front? We don't need to do much scouting in this place, but I'm anticipating something big trying to hit us, and you are the wall. Be a wall.
Oh, don't worry. I'm already volunteering for that wall.
All right, Alistair's taking point.
I'll take second.
Mika's side by side with me. And I guess Thanatos and Rocket will bring up the rear.
Yep.
Just in case something sneaks up behind.
Okay.
Healer always in the middle.
So yeah, with that, the group begins to make their advance. The winds are loud as you're advancing, and every so often you can hear rocks kind of tumbling down the mountainside and echoing into the slopes below. And again, every so often, off in the distance, muffled by the wind in the distance, strange animal calls. They sound massive and impossibly far away. The path you follow slopes upwards and curves gently to the right for a time. And after a short while, you emerge onto a much larger open platform, at the end of which, as you spotted earlier, you can see the glowing star that indicates your progression to the next floor. But sitting in front of it, patiently, eyes trailed towards you, is a colossal, draconic figure. Blackened scales, crimson underbelly, amber eyes.
Oh, we weren't wrong.
That's fun.
A pandemonium dragon looks down at you from ahead.
Holy crap.
Aggressive stance.
Seems more to be patiently waiting.
Well,
Spread
Yeah.
out, ready for a fight, but let's hear what this thing inevitably has to say first.
I didn't know Bahamut had an edgy little brother.
I would say that's just Diabolos, but I'm pretty sure Bahamut's their little brother. Eddie, older brother. Alright, Alistair, you take the front. Thanatos, Rocket, you two should flank him. Mika and I'll take the rear.
Got it.
All right. And as you're advancing, about hereabouts, we'll say, Alistair, it is at that point that that the dragon flares out its wings and its eyes narrow. You.
With Rocket to about here.
Alright. Leave this place.
So, are you a real thing or are you another concoction of this place?
The dragon rises to its full height, and it is massive. I will not waste breaths on your tyrannical existence. You taint the sacred possibility of this land with your mere presence. Once more, leave and never return.
We'd be happy to leave, but unfortunately you appear to be in the way of that, so probably
And if
skip over.
And if we go the other direction, we cease to exist when your boss does what he does and creates his future, which erases our possibilities of all the millions who live now. And there is possibility, light or no. Whether or not you'll accept that.
If you will not do as you are told, you shall perish.
Many have tried. I shoot.
Yeah, and it lets out this mighty roar as combat begins.
Come and get it was a breath.
Well, negotiations are now over. Let's get fighting.
Creation
Alright.
needn't be built upon the genocide of everything.
Alright, so Neothil was taking the first shot.
Which I also take it that scans out of the question with this thing.
Well,
Oh yeah.
it's a boss.
Boss. This thing. Alright, I'm going to. Well, first, I'm going to spread out in this direction. Because I feel like grouping is going to be a mistake with this big dragon.
True. Dragon, so it's most likely immune to fire. Pandemonium
Which
Dragon's most likely immune
Don't you,
to
don't you
shadows.
have.
Most are. You have lightning, though.
Doesn't someone have a dragon killer thing here, or was that Kyra?
That's Kyra.
That was Kyra.
You know, I would love if I had Ancient Circle, which just gives us all of us Dragon Killer.
She's using that on Tiamat right now. That's not over, but yes.
40
If we ever fight dragons in Campaign 2, Cassandra is going to be the best.
Oh yeah, you're gonna be a Dagoon.
I don't feel bad for any dragon still.
Alright, what was your accuracy roll, Tom?
I'm now rolling it. Alright, so 14, 15, 16, 17, 19.
Okay. That'll hit. Give me your damage.
My accuracy's plus 11.
Right, I forgot about that.
Big guy just can't have too much of an avoidance.
Super accurate.
Speaking of, actually, I'll make this first one a disabling shot, and it'll be. I don't think us hitting's gonna be too much of a problem, so I'll lower his accuracy.
Dragons may be a big target.
Right, that reduces
but if
it
they
by
fly-
1 or 2.
2.
But if they fly, they're faster.
Alright.
Well, this dragon does have flight, so
Yeah. So
Wait, is he flying all the time, or like...
he is considered to have the auto flight status.
Yeah, I can see it on him. Okay, so the damage is 9, 10, 12, 232 Fiend Killer, as per usual.
This thing even considered a fiend?
It's considered a draconic fiend.
It's got amber eyes, so I'd assume it's something fiendish.
Alright, so that's fiend killer, so that is double.
Shame we don't have Dragon Killer.
We can handle this. I mean, we defeated a dragon without that ability before. We could do it again.
All right, so Neothil, as the fight starts, you quickly dart off to one side and fire off a shot that lodges itself in like the chest ridge plates of this dragon. You see this little spray of amber sparks come out of its chest, and it lets out this deep growl of frustration. It definitely took the hit, but it didn't hurt it a whole lot.
Stupidly high armor, I imagine.
Its armor is 135.
Oh.
Magic's
it's a
going to be the way
dragon.
to go.
They have thick hides. What do you expect?
But they're
It's
also,
basically the armor.
but they usually are magic resistant. Ew.
I mean, lightning is harmful to most dragons, as long as they're not.
That's in
lightning
Dark
type.
Souls. That's
This
in
is,
Dark Souls.
This is not Dark Souls. And this is not Pokemon, so I doubt ice will work either.
Yeah,
I don't know what dragons are
what-
weak to here.
it's not this.
Kind of
Dark
depends
Souls.
on the dragon.
Been many dragons slain by lightning, but anyway, let's do it.
Well, anyway, this one, I would probably guess holy is the way to go.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Dialga.
All right.
Must
What does the MP
expend
cost
your
on Dialga again?
MP.
80. It's always been 80.
All right, so you should be at 174 MP then.
Yes.
All right, and the damage output is
That's what I'm finding out. I rolled, unfortunately, a low 5, but then there's my mind. Is this give me a moment? Ah, here we go.
You might also want to
7
switch
times.
cover to someone else.
7 times power. Okay. Which my power? I will switch. Do not worry. I will switch. So all in total, that is 89.
18.9.
And I'll probably switch my cover to. Well, if I go up here, I suppose Mika, most squishy, must be protected.
All right,
The
fair enough.
squish is.
All right,
very-
so you lift up your staff and you unleash the wave of divine light of the Dialga spell against the Pandemonium Dragon as you're sort of backing up to cover Mika. And as the light batters against its chest plates, while it definitely like sort of sizzles and pops and burns in response to the light and the holy aspected magic, the dragon itself seems more irritated than actually hurt.
Sounds about what?
It's got stupidly high magic armor too, doesn't it?
It's
Yep.
yeah, some of its one of its abilities improves its armor and magic armor by 50% of what they were at enemy creation.
Is it higher or lower than armor?
Its magic armor is lower than its physical armor. You deduce its magic armor is 127.
Just barely
Okay.
under. The...
What was the other one?
135 for
That's
physical
it.
armor.
Oof, so,
Does anyone have piercing damage?
Rocket.
rocket.
And
Rocket.
Mika.
And I do.
Yep.
I do. I can get close enough, but
It's flying, so unless we bring it down somehow.
I could fly, but that would cost Destiny.
Yeah, I would. In fact,
Rocket can fly.
I mean, it's either that or we launch the elf.
I mean, Rocket is flying perpetually and forever.
Okay, so
Yeah,
Let's
Thanatos
see.
first.
alright. Well, with its stupidly high magic armor, there is one thing I want to try.
Well,
One sec. Need to make sure I remember how this thing works. Oh, it is a standard action. Thank you. Alright. I would like to initiate Devouring Void.
right. I need to remind myself what that does.
Devouring Void taints the battlefield and causes it to turn into difficult terrain, dealing recurring damage to me and all my enemies each round and it is non-elemental damage that is not reduced by magic armor.
Ooh.
And by the calculations that we made on my character sheet, I and Mr. Dark Dragon over there will take 84 points of damage every turn.
All right.
And that is non-mitigated, so he cannot protect himself with his magic armor.
All right. So that is like that'll happen at the start of your turn and his turn, respectively. It'll be when your respective damages are applied. Okay.
So,
Does it say you
any
take the
damage.
damage immediately or?
it does not.
Let me double check how recurring damage works in the combat section of the book, because we're getting into difficult terrain and I don't use that very much. Mostly because I keep forgetting it exists. Okay, difficult terrain. Da, 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 da. It's dealt at the end of your turn. Okay, so at the end of your turn, you'll take that damage.
At the end of his turn, he takes that damage.
Precisely. And
I'm
that
thinking
effect...
about that.
Hmm.
Well, obviously it'd be next turn, but I'm thinking about doing that old combo I had in mind for us. Thanatos.
Oh, you're giving me the regen thing?
Yes.
That would be nice.
I mean, you are damaging yourself, so how about you get a bit back, about 20% of your health every 4
that would
rounds?
be nice.
All right, well,
That
either
would
way,
be
so
nice.
that's a standard action. Do you want to move at all?
Yeah, Knee's probably got a good idea of going. Yeah, I know. I may not be able. I'm gonna move over here, a little closer to him.
All right, so
Also, yeah, go ahead.
So, as things are starting, you're like, all right, you give your your scythe a little spin in the air, bring the bottom of the shaft down onto the ground, and like this, just several spikes of pure shadow and crimson course up out of the ground around you, and a tether shrieks along the ground till it's under the dragon, and 3 similar spikes pierce up out of the ground under it and clamp onto its chest like a grappling hook mixed with a grasping claw. And the second it latches on, there's this swirl of crimson, and the dragon lets out a roar, and you see it starting to take damage, and you wince as you feel that same sort of compression and forceful impact in your chest. And that ends your turn, and you take the damage.
Yep, 84 points of damage, and nobody on my team takes this damage.
I know. All right. Now, Mika.
Rocket still needs to go.
Right. Well,
As
since Lumina's
Lumina's not
not
here.
here, Lumina's not here, so Hades, because you have access to her sheet, you can do her actions.
Let's see here. Can Rocket get within melee range? She cannot. Okay, let's have
Doesn't
Rocket...
flight increase her movement speed?
It doesn't. It just increases her movement options. A lot of things that might restrict where she can go don't apply to her when she's flying.
Okay.
Maybe
I still
move her
can't-
into medium range and have a guard?
I can't move Rocket, so
Oh, you can't?
I cannot.
You should be able to move her now.
Cool. Alright. I move Rocket up here, and she will take a defensive stance.
All right, and now Mika.
Now the Mika... And Mika's spells ignore magic armor completely.
That they do.
How about they?
So yeah, she's just gonna let out this grunt, flip paper cut into a book, and is going to let loose with a comet.
I love how Comet is useful again.
Right? The damage is still variable, but
If it ignores magic armor. Hell yeah.
9.
9?
9?
9 comets.
Okay, so each of those will deal her power times 3, or her mind times 3 in this case, because Red Mage, man. So that is 66 plus 2d6. We'll multiply this by 9.
$73 times 9.
657 points of damage.
Ow!
Yeah? Damn, Mika.
She She got past that power gap.
Yeah. Or rather just compensated it with things that, make up for it. So yeah, as all that happens, Mika lets out this guttural shout and unleashes just this storm of comets from her book that strike the dragon, and the dragon definitely does not care for it, sort of leaning back from the impact and roaring with indignant rage. And with that, it is
It's
the
his
dragon's turn.
Oh god.
Oh boy, here we go.
So, the dragon will sort of glare at all of you. Formidable. And then it will give a mighty flap of its wings until it's about here. And then there will be a swirl of fiery energy around it, and it casts Meltdown.
That's what?
Down.
Meltdown.
That's a new one. I'm gonna need to look that one up. Meltdown. That's an ancient spell. That's not good.
All right, so that is 367 points of damage to everyone, and it ignores magic armor.
What?
Look at now.
Yeah.
And what is that? That's not.
Yeah, it ignores magic armor. Meltdown.
How many times did he do that?
Meltdown costs 250 MP, so I imagine he can't do it very often.
Yeah, he has 50 MP left. He can do that a grand total of once.
Well, I wish I had a way to counter that.
But yeah.
Ow. Sentinel can't do that.
Oh wait, no, hold on. Mika doesn't take any of that.
Yeah, I take it. I'm down.
Yeah, because Alistair covered her.
Alistair's down.
I got you.
Yeah. Okay.
Eric.
So.
God damn it, we lost our tank.
All right, so
But
as
he
the dragon,
did his job. That was his job.
so yeah, the dragon jumps forward and just spins in the air, and as it does, this titanic tidal wave, radial sphere like a blazing sun, just erupts around it and rapidly expands outwards, washing over all present, and it just burns. The flames rush in your ears and burns at your skin. You all can't help but instinctually just let out these screams of pain as it rushes over you. And then when it finally parts, Alistair, you take a second like, oh shit, and you pass out. You are very unconscious.
Well.
How much damage does the dragon take at the end of its turn again?
84. And that is unmitigated.
Yep, it's been applied. All right.
Mika, have you got him?
Let me double check Mika's inventory.
I mean, she can also use her Malisers.
Mika is going.
Have them anyway.
Mika is going to use one of her Phoenix Downs. She has 10,
Alice
might
has
as
it.
well.
Alice has the Phoenix Pinion.
All right, so
that one.
yep, Mika uses her Phoenix Down, getting Alistair back to 1 hit point.
I'm still alive. And in terrible pain.
Yes, feel free to do what you must to undo this.
Got it. So you all want me to do the reset?
We have the destiny. Why don't use it?
How much destiny does Alistair have?
That's what I'm checking. I know it was a lot.
We've gained a lot from this dungeon alone.
And I have to refresh. Give me a moment. There we go. Technical issues ahoy! Why roll 20? There we go. Oh yeah, that's enough. 24. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and hit that reset button.
It costs 3, doesn't it?
Yes, it costs 3.
Yes, it does. And I'm gonna. I mean, let's see. Let's have a look at your MPs, everyone. Yeah, I say it'd be good to use.
What do you mean? Your reset only works on our health.
No.
MP as well.
St. Cross.
Does?
That's why
Yes.
it's the reset button. It resets us entirely.
Yes.
including any down people.
Have you forgotten my third one, the upgraded version? It
Wait, you're
restores
using your
all
tier
H.
3?
I
why
mean, it
not?
says
it has the same amount of cost.
And as it reads as follows, it restores all HP and MP in the party.
And removes all negative status.
And removes
Okay.
all negative effects.
By all means!
Let's go!
Pretty sure it doesn't bring you back from KO. That's Rocket's thing, but
I didn't say
Yes.
KO, but
I did.
said, let's
got
go.
mixed up with Rocket. Yes, let's go.
all right. So, Alistair, you
thank Ross.
you push yourself back up, bring up the staff, and bring the pommel down on the ground. Wave of light radiates outwards, and everyone, you feel oh so much better. As the light washes over you, and you are all brought back from pain to not pain.
I give life and magic.
I like not pain. Not pain is fine.
And of course, because it doesn't get rid of the negative status effects that Thanatos is suffering, I shall do what I did originally planned.
What?
Let's see.
Right. Yeah, that doesn't count as a status effect, but then it does as with his devouring void.
Regen. 50 mana.
No, you're casting regen on Thanatos?
Yep.
Alrighty.
So wait, Limit Break doesn't count as his action?
Depends
Well-
on the limit break.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do that on your next turn, Alistair, because the limit break is a standard action. So,
Or it also depends on the limit break, like if it's an action or if it's a like Blackstone, for instance, is just a status thing.
right.
Actually, consume the turn.
But yeah, either way,
Or
Alistair
other
has
things.
done all he can do for the time being.
Cool.
So,
Doesn't
who
need more
next?
mana in your dragon.
Speaking of limit breaks, like I was saying, Blackstorm is an instant, but this one ain't. I'm going to use Sharp Shot.
Okay.
Well, that's not a Limit Break, that's a Limit Ability. But still.
Still limit.
You know, the limit. I'll show you my limits, Thanatos, if you don't shut up. So, Dex times double level plus 2d6. That's a go.
Jesus Christ.
This is
This
gonna hurt.
this doesn't ignore armor, right?
It
No,
does not.
but it
Okay.
does automatically hit, and I'm not using Blackstorm, so it's not as bad as it could be.
Right.
I imagine
So-
you want to save your destiny for a certain
Yeah,
somebody.
this only costs 2. The full thing would cost 5. So, yeah. So, So Dex times double level, so Dex times 28, so 28 times 28. 28
Neo's OP,
times
please nerf.
28.
He is
784.
OP, please nerf.
So 90, 793 damage.
Minus his armor.
Yep.
That's
And
not
Fiend Killer, and it's
complicated.
Fiend Killer, so it's doubled technically. So max damage minus his armor.
Yep, damage cap.
Damage cap minus his armor.
I'm pretty sure it's just damage cap because his armor doesn't compensate for it enough.
Right, yeah, because it goes over the damage cap and then down. So yeah,
Yeah.
damage cap.
So just
Thank you,
999.
Fiend Killer.
All right, so you send out the Kamehameha like blast from your crossbow. It strikes against the dragon's side, like pierces through. Actually, like hits it in one side and out the other, leaving these shards of scales scattering about. But despite the damage it just took, it is still standing, and the dragon turns to glare bitterly at you. All right, that's Alistair. That's Knee. Thanatos, you're up. Think, think, think.
I could do a thing.
A
He
thing.
can't do the big meltdown thing
Ew.
again.
Think.
Thank you.
I was
Okay.
doing Winnie the Pooh, but all right.
Boy, it was Winnie the Pooh. I haven't seen that in years.
Almighty DM.
Yes, Almighty Dark Knight.
Normally, I would use Destiny to do this, but
Oh.
as we forgot the other way I can do this, I would like to expend half of my HP to summon the Caius.
Ah. Remind me what Caius's current HP value is?
Wait, it's on my sheet.
How much?
160.
And MP?
208.
Okay, I haven't updated his things in a bit, so. Alright. Go ahead and ping where you want him.
Alright, first things first. Gotta half my health. And let's just pop him right in the front of him.
Alright, so as the dragon is turning towards knee after knee shot the fuck out of him, it turns and suddenly there's just a swirl of shadow, and there's Caius, cape billowing in the wind. I think not.
Nice of you to join us.
Yes.
And what will
So-
Caius and Thanatos do in conjunction?
Well, as things are getting interesting, I will have both of them use Flare.
Oh.
And since Thanatos is at half HP,
Oh.
he gets Last Resort.
Oh.
That's why you didn't use Destiny.
Precisely.
You clever shit.
Strategy. I love it.
100 MP, power times 12.
And you're about to gain your HP back as well from drain.
That's only with physical attacks.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, that's a weapon thing.
Next
Doesn't work
time.
with the spells.
Next time.
So, let's do Thanatos first, because I don't think Caius gets the benefit of Last Resort.
He gets all
Or
the
how
same
does that
buffs
work?
you do, basically, so.
Okay, so he gets it too. Cool.
Yeah.
So now it's power times 15.
Jesus.
So
Y'all are broken as shit.
what is my power? My power
Literally
is
operating with the power of the
56.
gods.
My power is maximum.
We are as Super Saiyan as we're ever going to get, -1 level. We'll get that soon.
Prove it.
There's Thanatos. Max damage. And guys.
Nearly max damage.
Almost nearly next
1.0.
No, most.
Jesus, that comes out to a total of 533 damage between the two of you.
Kaboom! Kaboom!
Yeah, big kaboom. These two, like, you kind of like mimic what the dragon did a moment ago with like the swirling, like expanding sun as it just two big explosions in like the hole Neothil's sharp shock created, sending like flames shooting out of different parts of its body, but it is still alive somehow. This stubborn bitch.
So, also, I know I put Caius there. Can I still move him though?
Yeah, he gets a movement action. He gets a full turn.
Okay,
I'm just on
so,
full guard duty with Mika at the moment.
Yeah, I know.
Caius is gonna jump over here with Thanatos and
Yes.
Rocket.
Thou must protect the squish, it is written.
All right, and with that, Thanatos, your turn ends. You take the damage from your thing.
As
What
it is written, so the deed may be done.
How are we gonna roll with Caius? Does Caius also take it, or is it just me?
Thematically, the way I kind of handled it in this particular case, we'll say no. Caius is not taking it.
Cool.
Because like
'Cause
you've got
Caius-
because it's like you like have a claw wrapped around your chest, a claw wrapped around the dragons, and a chain tethering you two, and it just keeps draining energy from both of you. So
Cool.
either way, it is
And-
to Rocket.
And
Oh,
as Rocket is in range now and is flying, she gets no penalties for accuracy. So let us see the bird to attack. Now her accuracy is 10,
I believe in the mighty bird.
17.
17. That hits. Roll damage.
Yes!
Alright.
Also, let's not forget
Now-
the Ravager damage because she still has that active.
Lumina always has that active. She never does it up.
I hope you have that. Also, Rocket does holy damage on top of ignoring armor.
Oh ho ho, that's even better.
So it's our finesse times
Fantastic.
half level
So
for Ravager, right?
I believe so.
So 7 times
So
7.
let's see here. 23 times 8. 56 plus 1, 84. 193 of holy damage. That ignores armor.
Comes out to a total of 289. Oof. Alright, and Rocket delivers a swift, sort of like roundhouse spinning kick to the dragon's jaw, sending it drifting a little bit. And I believe all that's left now is Mika.
Who used the Phoenix down?
Alright,
Oh
so
wait,
she...
Rocket has Fiend Killer on her talons too.
Okay, I need to recalculate that.
Yeah, you
I'm
definitely.
sorry,
You should have took
I
out.
honestly,
Sorry, go ahead.
I honestly forget that she has a like between the piercing and the holy. That's just like holy crap.
The verb is powerful.
Alright, so, never mind, that's 482.
Yeah, you should have took our offer and just scooched over to the left or right.
Alright, well, it's the dragon's turn.
Cool.
And after taking all this abuse, the dragon's gonna let out an agitated roar, fly up into the air. Woof.
Is it limit break time?
The dragon is expending all of its destiny to use its limit break.
Sentinel!
Is it a full group one or is it a single target?
Entire group.
Sentinel!
Alza!
Alright, so.
Not on my watch!
Alright.
Alistair can actually take it.
Alright, so.
Hit me with your best shot!
So this damage becomes doubled, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Doubly
Sentinel
painful.
doubles the damage.
Minus 200 armor.
Minus
202 armor.
armor.
Ignores his magic armor. It's based
Ah,
off
that's
of,
it.
it's based off of
Oh,
Meltdown. It's based off of Meltdown.
I'm going through a meltdown again.
Alright. So the dragon gives a mighty flap of its wings, rises up into the air. Its maw peels open and red electricity starts crackling around its mouth, energy flowing into its wings, reminiscent of Bahamut's mega flare, as this massive ball of swirling crimson, black, and fire emerges in its mouth. Seeing what's about to happen, Alistair, you rush forward into the center of the arena, throw your hands out wide, and erect a barrier around everyone else, just as the flames descend in this great storm of flame, a tidal wave of crimson that slams against the barrier with a high-pitched ringing and deafening rumble. The flames persist for several seconds, and you can hear shit melting around the platform as the attack is happening, before, after several seconds, the flames finally begin to taper off. And as they do, the arena you are standing on is basically fucking gone.
What?
Oh shit, I see a bright light. What the heck?
Okay, apparently I'm not following my dad. Thank you, DM.
Yeah. Yeah, that was meant to be a little bigger. So let's just like that. Okay. All right.
Moving back.
So that is what your barrier managed to create and protect. And as the flames pass, Alistair, exhaustion takes you and you fall unconscious.
Yeah, there would be no arena. What would happen then? Well, thank you for doing your job, Alistair. We're sorry your job is pain.
You did see a flinching thumb and then flop.
Oh right, the dragon
didn't
takes
ignore
the
magic
dragon
armor,
takes
he could've
right
took
the
it.
dragon takes damage from the devouring void. 89 was it?
84.
All right. And it is back to the party. Caius kind of glances over at Alistair. He does that a lot.
He really does, but where would we be without him?
Dead.
Very.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? Just because I'd rather just have everybody like be able to like either get him up, like heal him up, or at least do damage. I'm gonna have Caius go over and use a Phoenix down from his.
Good
inventory.
plan. we can't keep him down around because the dragon might legitimately kill him.
All right, so you look over at Caius, and he's already on his way. On it. Moves over and uses one of Alistair's Phoenix Downs to get Alistair back up, spending his standard action and movement action to do so.
Backside.
You could sacrifice your movement, take a high potion, and still do an action.
Oh, I already got my balls planned out. I'm still sticking to the plan. Regen
that one?
on Thanatos, and I'm gonna drink the most potent potion I have. That's gonna be amplified with alchemy.
Does Alistair have anything like that? Would that be an
I
X
do.
potion?
I do. I mean, I stocked up on everything. We're going to the final boss, man. I
Yeah,
need to be
so-
stocked.
So yeah, X potions with his alchemy will do 100%.
Does he have any?
know
X's? I
how
think-
long it would take for my injuries to heal. Zip.
All right, so how much HP do you get back?
100.
That's a.
All of it?
And
All of
do
it.
you have any X potions, Alice, or is it a high potion?
He's
I
got-
mean,
I don't
checking
know.
my inventory, I have. Let's see. There it is. Yep, I have 10 of them.
10
Got
X
10
potions?
X potions?
Yeah,
X potions.
but
Alright.
I must use these. I even have 10 turbo ethers,
Nice.
so yeah, I'm good.
All right, there you go. You chug a potion, and you quickly cast Regen on Thanatos. That'll last for
Which
4
is
rounds.
50 MP, and I just remove it.
Yep.
There we go. Oh, wait, hang
There
on.
you go. You should be
Yes,
at
you do,
284.
Yeah.
All right. That's Alistair and Caius's go. Who's up next?
Okay. I'll go. I didn't realize Alistair had X potions. I missed them in his inventory because they're in that little mini slot where she's
Yeah,
cropped.
even I got lost a bit, but I say.
But where are they? Oh, they're in that little space from the weird cropping of the inventory grid. These. Anyway, I'm going to. Well, I'm going to move up here. I can't reach him with my dagger, which is annoying. I'm not willing to spend any more destiny on this guy because I'm pretty sure he's pretty fucked up looking. Am I right?
Yeah, he's looking pretty rough. That's why he popped his limit break.
Yeah, not gonna spend my destiny flying over to him. So I'm just gonna do. What I want to do. I'm just gonna do a regular shot.
All right.
I bet that dragon
That
is
hits.
pissed right now.
What'd you get?
Oh, 6 and a 4 plus 11. So yeah, that hits.
Yeah.
I don't
the
need to
hi-
do
like
math to know. It really hits.
Yeah, the highest his avoidance can get is 17 against something in short range that isn't flying. His avoidance at base is 13.
Yes, I need to crit fail. That's 3, 4, 233.
233.
Fiend killer.
Fiend killer. Comes out to a total of 331 damage. Arrows sort of gets him in the gut, or rather, right like in his collarbone, right below his throat, and he lets out this in response. He's looking very, very rough.
My turn.
Yep.
Go ahead. Knock
Gonna
yourself
move.
out.
You
Right
gain.
here.
And
Yeah.
the regen will happen at the end of his turn.
Shit, 626 walk it.
So, now I know what you're probably thinking, Nee.
Stitch.
Now I know what you're probably thinking, Nee. How can I possibly hit him from over there?
I don't know. Throw your scythe. Have bad attitude. It's your usual joke.
I wouldn't recommend throwing the scythe. Magic.
Why would I throw it when I have Night Sword?
Basically the same thing.
So, I will engage Night Sword, which means I get long range with my range attack.
Yep.
And hopefully this hits. Of course, it's long range, so I don't have the penalty.
Yep. So this is just straight up a 13 to hit. If you that's what you need to roll.
13.
You just hit.
Okay. And I still get last resort, so
Plus damage steps. There you go.
let's see here. 26 times 26 would be times 11 now.
All right. Does this target armor or magic armor?
Armor.
That comes out to a total of 161.
And now I get all my magic back. And you said 161?
Yes.
161, back to my health.
All right.
I imagine he's still probably up.
He's still up, looking even more hurt after you send up basically gets a Gatencho at him. All right, so really quickly, with the end of your turn, you take the damage from your Devouring Void, but you also then immediately regain 25% of your max HP from regen. I think it's 25. I think it's actually 1/5. Let me double check.
I think it's 20%.
Let me double check. Positive status effects. Regen. Yeah, 20%, so you get back 128 HP.
How much does he lose?
I already did the loss calculation, so...
Okay,
So that is Thanatos.
And now everybody, I believe we should, in honor of ones who is not here, we should have her have the finishing blow. The flying rocket.
Yes, I do sadly think increasing chance that she's not going to be able to make it. Yes.
15? That hits.
So this is Fiend Killer and Holy, and ignores his armor, so I very much doubt he's going to live through this.
Okay, so... I would ask how Rocket kills this thing, but Lumina's not here. So I'll just say this. Following the swirl of shadowy energy that Thanatos launched off from his scythe, Gatencho style, as those energies are fading and the dragon is lunging forward for a counterattack, Rocket comes soaring in. Mechanical Eye flashes. She ducks past a reach from the dragon's claws and darts into the gaping wound in its side. There's a brief moment where the dragon lurches in the air, halting in place, claws reaching up to its chest. Before, just in the shower of scales and a spray of gore, Rocket pushes out, just straight up rocket blast out of its chest like an alien chest burster. Then she quickly...
ODM,
Yes?
you have claimed your victory.
Well, hold on, she's not quite done yet. Because then, just for the extra cool factor, because I want to make up for the fact Lumina's not here by having Rocket do badass shit, she gives a quick little spin in the air, and with a quick boom, blast from her rocket boosters, one last time drives her mechanical leg into the dragon's face, sending it plummeting down into the darkness below, where it disappears from sight. He dead. So... that's that fight over.
Well, I was a bit nasty on the others. I think we're getting close. Alistair, you good? You kind of got knocked on your ass a couple times there.
I admit that was probably the most painful experience I've had for a while, but I live. I always do.
Over the coming few seconds, Thanatos, your HP is restored to max thanks to the effects of regen.
Nice for you to... He skids up to Caius and thumps him on the shoulder. Nice of you to join us, other Thampy.
Don't call me that.
Hey, Mainu doesn't like it either. Still,
Exactly.
Good to see that this place isn't immediately spelling you. I wasn't sure how that would work with your lack of the god armor.
I'm merely an extension of Thanatos. So long as he has
Maybe.
control of himself, I can manifest.
Maybe, but primordial darkness, you are darkness. Couldn't know for sure.
I'm Thanatos' darkness. Diabolos can keep his grubby little hands off. And with that, Caius' timer runs out, and he flows back into Thanatos' cape.
Glad to
Little
see you. Go ahead.
Little territorial, aren't we, Thanatos?
Glad to see
And what's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. Glad you're keeping everything to yourself.
Right. Also, everyone gets a point of destiny for slaying the Pandemonium Dragon. Rocket gets to...
Nice. Glad to see you okay, Mika. I did my job well.
Yeah, thanks. Probably would have been turned into a roast turkey if that had hit me full on.
We can't have that now, can we?
No, we certainly
No,
can't.
No, we cannot. I would be very grumpy.
And Thanatos would never let me live it down, so...
Plus, I want to see you and Nee have a special day.
One thing at a time there, bucko.
Yeah. One thing at a time.
Besides... no, your MP's doing pretty good. I think we're all pretty set, aren't we?
Yeah, pretty much.
Alright. This is floor 7. 3 more. We're close to the end, people.
Yeah. And I fear that dragon is not the strongest thing we're gonna go against.
Well, no, we have to deal with its boss. But, if my predictions are generally correct, the next one should be back to memories, and I'm guessing it's going to be the final one. Maybe when we met him, or just before Death to Tamarasu, unless we're missing something else.
Nevertheless, we stay on guard. I don't know what we're gonna encounter next in this place.
We'll be lucky enough to have one final reprisal of this seat. Let's go.
All right. Give me just a second. I'm sorting through a couple little things on my end.
Speaking
Just
of let's
one
going,
thing.
yeah.
The fuck happened to the rest of the arena?
Yeah, I was about to say, speaking of going, we seem to be lacking a bridge.
Figure something out.
Figure something. Okay, here's a question. Say Alistair didn't do Sentinel with that barrier, what would have happened?
I mean, honestly, I mostly got rid of the barrier just for flair because it seemed cool.
Thanatos, can you use your Earth spell to kind of shape some of the Earth out towards the light?
That's not really how it works.
Intuitive magic, you can try. I'll necessitate a finesse roll, but you can certainly try.
Well, yeah,
Impress us with the mastery of your dark arts, O Dark Knight.
Mm-hmm. I haven't used stone in forever, though.
Come on.
Ah. Look on the bright side. If you succeed, you have one thing that the old God of Darkness would never have.
Proof that
creation.
Kaish is yours alone, Diabolus can he touch.
Alright, well, I guess I'll use stone to make a bridge. And I guess I need a finesse roll now.
Yep.
Because if I recall, he can't create things. Well, except for these abominations.
Oh, dear. Hope the d6 isn't very high, guys, because my finesse is not as much as my force.
You can always add.
Can I get away with a 14?
That's just shy.
Just shy. Can I add a destiny?
You can. I'm not imposing the final number thing until campaign 2. We're rocking with the rule set we've
Well,
been
I guess
using, so
I'm-
yeah, you can still apply.
I
a
guess
destiny
I'm
point.
going to use the destiny I got from the dragon on this.
Oh, I see. Please be a 6. Don't be a 1.
3.
Ah, that should be enough.
I mean, a 1
17.
wouldn't have mattered. A 1 is all he needed.
Oh.
I was literally off by just 1.
Yeah, that's why I said you're just shy.
And yet you had to pay 1 destiny.
All right, so with a little bit of effort and a bit of time, Thanatos, you work your stone spell, and before long, this bridge of rock extends out towards the light.
So does that mean Thanatos is an earthbender now?
Yep.
Sure.
Well, I have to say, I'm impressed. I owe you a drink after this.
I think we owe him many drinks. Claps him on the back, and he owes us many. Come.
I'm owed my own tavern at this point.
We'll see about that.
Ah,
But
the
come on,
dark
Mr. Bender. There's more demons to do that to.
Right.
or the Shadow Tavern.
There you go. Thanatos owns his own
Shadows
tavern.
Grasp. There you go.
The shadows.
I'm sorry, I was sorting through some map stuff. What?
So apparently Tom is coming up with ideas for Thanatos' own tavern, and he said the Shadows Grasp.
I mean, it
Tavern,
worked.
I love it. Yeah.
Sounds like it.
Gotta grab somewhere.
All right. Well, either way. So with that, you step into the light and pass on to the next floor, experiencing the feeling of, being displaced. And when you come out the other side, you find yourself on an only vaguely remembered dockside. Just like...
Marasu.
No, not Marasu.
No?
Looking around, what little of this particular town is visible, the architecture is not Marasan. This is Lirasai.
Oh. Capital. We were there recently, yes.
Just ahead of where you stand on the dock, you see a gangplank leading to a bridge. And on that gangplank, you can see Saran talking to who you presume to be the captain. And beyond that brief view of this memory, there is nothing else.
Can I overhear any words like all aboard for Marasu, etc., etc.?
Looking at the captain and Saran, you can hear their conversation clearly because they are right here.
So I'm wondering whether...
So after a moment, the conversation fades in and they start moving with discussion, having them previously frozen in place as if waiting for you to be attentive. Excuse me. Yes? Will your ship be passing by Glen Sang by any chance? I need to get there. I've got Gil, so I can pay for passage. The captain's quiet for a moment. Glen Sang. Where have I heard that name before? It's a small island. Between here and Marasu. Ah, now I remember. I take it you haven't heard, then. Heard? Glen Sing was struck by a rogue tidal wave about a year ago now. You can see the color sort of drain from Saran's face. What? Tidal? Is it okay? Did anyone get hurt? Captain just sort of shakes his head. I'm sorry, but to my knowledge, at least, if anyone from that town survived, it was only because they weren't there when the wave came. The entire village was washed away. No. And Saran falls to his knees. No. Alice.
Quick question. In terms of time frame, would that year ago have been between Lars getting hurt and here?
More or it would have happened at some point. You're not 100% sure whereabouts in the timeline this is. You know that, Saran and his troop were out adventuring for several years, so...
I'm just trying to think of the timeline in my head. So you said a year prior to this, the town was hit by the waves. But was that an entire year ago that Lawless got hurt at this point?
You're not sure?
Because...
Captain's quiet for a second. You're home? Saran doesn't say anything. Sorry, lad. The captain turns to walk away, and the apparitions flicker out.
So we didn't even get to go home?
An entire year? A year before this point, that... So... Lawless was hurt, they left. They went... He and... The other guy's name? Darius. He and Darius went to the Academy City, parted ways, and he started to make his way home. That can't have been an entire year between those two events.
Maybe. From the sounds of their dialogue, it implies maybe they were trying to find work for a little bit. After Ryle took Lawless and left.
Maybe. Care to have insight, oh... mysterious watcher above?
There's just a slight shifting in the air around you, and the star at the prow of the boat that indicates the passage to the next floor just flares up slightly, but other than that, nothing.
That's where we're finding our answers. If Lawless is dead, I think we can see what he wants the towel for.
Thanatos just starts walking towards the portal.
They move me.
Like my mother on something far beyond what even she was capable of.
Alright, so you step forward onto the boat and just proceed directly to the passage to the next floor, I take it?
Yep.
Yep. Number 9. Here we go.
Alright.
That was a relatively short floor.
Indeed. So,
We're winding down now.
as you pass through the light and again get displaced, when you come to, you're on a different dock, and this one is Marasu. There's a sort of, like, full frontal body slam of recognition, and that brief little heart tug at seeing this place you know that no longer exists, and bustling with activity, although all of the faces that are moving around are only half-remembered, flickering shades.
Any of them resemble Vanar?
Up ahead, you can see Saran starting to fade into view, just stumbling down the street. Just... his eyes are empty and unfocused, his posture sagging. After a moment... Excuse me, sir? Vanar's voice. Saran sluggishly turns, and you see Vanar flickering in. Some of the details are a touch off. He's missing the scars he got from the seat of the plague, and you get the impression Saran didn't fully commit the man's face to memory, but it's recognizable as him. As Vanar approaches. Are you alright? I'm fine, thanks. I don't think I've seen you around here before. Who are you, if you don't mind my asking? Saran Junleel, Red Mage. Adventurer. I won't be here long, just waiting for a boat to take me back to the mainland. I saw you coming off the boat from Lyrisai. Apologies, I didn't mean to pry. I'll leave you alone, but are you sure you're alright? I'm fine. And then Saran just stalks off into the crowd and disappears from view. And as he does, instead of seeing a light to guide you to the next floor, the city around you just starts to disappear. Dissolve away like ink in a bottle. And a gentle breeze starts to wash over you. And after a moment, if you'll give me just a second here.
Weapons at the ready, just in case.
After a moment, when the city is done fading away, you get the sound of a nighttime setting. You can hear crickets chirping in the distance. You're surrounded by rocky walls. The grass beneath your feet is rich and green. In one of the rocky walls, you can see a path, narrow but clear, heading further up. The sky overhead is pitch black. What do you do?
We have a map for this?
Give me a second. I'm trying to get the specific audio going. There we go. Ah.
Last quiet before the storm. Everyone, have your weapons ready. This is it.
May I take the lead? For protection reasons.
I don't know that's going to be necessary quite yet. It wasn't going to a fight right away. He wants to talk.
Just in case, I stand by your side.
Always.
All right.
Mika. He needs to die, but before that, I have some things I want to say. If you'll indulge me in that much.
After what I've seen, I was planning on letting him state his case anyway. It won't change his fate.
He's an eidolon. He can't live. Or Diablos will.
I know.
Just...
Then what's the point of talking?
Lallis loved a man beneath all of that darkness. Let's see if any still remains.
And I want to know why he's been jerking us around for so long. I didn't used to think anything of it, but after everything we've seen coming up here...
Rocky's in the... Perfect timing, I think.
Good timing. Let's give it a second.
Okay.
The way I see it, he became the thing he despised.
Hold on. Just see if we can't get Lumina in here before we continue.
I like this ambience. It's very cool. Very nice.
Let's wait for Lumina. Be right back. I'm just grabbing a drink.
Okay. Lumina typing.
Technical difficulties, apparently.
Oh,
Lumina!
hey,
Hi,
Lumi!
Lumina.
Hi. You sound tired.
Can you hear Lumina? I can't.
I can't. Is your microphone working?
Hold on. Let me quickly quit and rejoin, see if that helps.
Okay.
Try again.
Baba booey.
Lumina, say something?
Oh, I'm hearing typing noises from you.
Yeah, typing. There you go.
Oh, well,
Can't hear. No, but
Is your in the settings menu, is your headphones selected correctly? So we can hear you typing. Don't know why I'm trying to talk to her. She can't hear me.
oh, this click.
technical difficulties right before the final chat. Great.
This-
I like
It
how
might be
you just
headphones.
echoed the exact same thing I just asked.
I didn't see you type it because I was too busy talking to Lumina who can't hear me because I'm an idiot.
I'm back. What did I miss?
Lumina can't
Lumina
hear us.
cannot hear us.
Oh no, not this. I had this technical issue myself.
Can she pop out and come back in and see that fixes it?
I mean, the way I fixed the issue I had, you pretty much have to exit Discord entirely, then just
Well,
load it back
it
up.
might also be output devices.
Yeah,
Typing. Can hear Lumina typing.
that could also be it. Just to make sure that everything's linked up properly.
Hold on.
If that don't work, then it might be the other method I suggested.
Bluetooth is not on.
Baba booey. I just love technical difficulties at poor timing.
Yes.
I mean, it's
Excellent
always
timing for Lumina joining and poor timing of technical difficulties. It's all balanced.
Yeah.
perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
She did have a few words to say before we meet up with Swan, but right now I can wait till we get Lumina sorted.
Yeah. It seems like a conversation rocket I have to be put on.
Basically, all it's going to be is like the thoughts of Alisaya towards Swan.
If ever there was a time to get such thoughts out in the air, it is now.
Indeed.
Whatever the outcome of our chat, he's gonna die. Baba booey.
Baba booey. Boing. Boing.
Booey baba.
Papa boy.
Weird.
I forgive myself. I
Hothnargan?
a fab, and it's fab.
Surely it's got to be the output then.
Let me try something. Everyone hop out of the call and then hop back in when I call.
Alright. Alright.
Huh?
Hello there.
All right.
Lumen,
Is
can
it
you
working
get
now? Shit. Well,
Yeah.
probably the output then. Something's gone fucky somewhere.
I'll
Has she tried exiting and jumping back in?
I don't think she's tried that yet.
Not working for browser either. Oh shit.
Interesting.
Oh, there we go.
Hey!
I was
Yep.
gonna say if it didn't work in the browser, it wasn't gonna work in Discord settings.
Was it the output then? That just wasn't correct.
I just turned my sound bar off and back on.
Weird.
Off and on again. Amazing.
There's a reason the IT guys always tell you to do that first. Okay,
Anyway,
so to get you caught up on what you missed, the floor you guys had just entered at the end of last session and the start of this one had a pandemonium dragon, a little mini boss. You whooped its ass. Rocket got the killing blow. It was very gory and very epic. She burst out of its chest like a xenomorph chest burster. It was great. After that, you went through a couple of tiny floors where you saw the end of a Saran sort of adventuring trip and how he eventually wound up in Marasu, learning when trying to get back to his hometown to reconvene with Ryle and Lalus and try and make amends with Ryle, that his hometown had apparently been hit by a tidal wave while they were gone and was gone, meaning he had no way of getting back there, and assuming they were even alive, no way of finding Ryle and Lalus. So he succumbed to despair, wound up in Marasu, bumped into Vinar, stalked by Vinar, and now you are here in a quiet place with gentle wind, the sound of crickets in the distance, and up ahead you can hear the crackling of a fireplace.
and as a heads up, what we were talking about we can at least try to talk some sense into him before this fight starts. These Nears. We were kind of just discussing that a bit in character as well. One final chat before the final boss begins.
Indeed. All right.
You're gonna need those Phoenix down soon.
As much as I want to believe there is some kind of humanity left in him, after the things he has done, he is more of a monster than a man, and not to be forgiven.
Well,
There
let's hear
can
what he
be a
has to
difference
say.
There's always forgiveness and redemption, and not necessarily mutually exclusive. Come. Let's go.
Tell that to Marasu
End this.
and the Nomo and Vitae.
Or even his friends, that he almost got them killed.
No one's denying his sins. But in these final minutes of his life, please give him the chance to make something of it. If not for him, then for those friends who are just like us.
Even though one of them never made it out through him.
That was not his fault. Blame him for what he deserves. Or for what's easy.
Well, let's get this final chat over with.
All right. Anything else anyone wishes to add?
Are you ready, Rocket?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right.
True Phoenix feathers at the ready. It's not going to be long now.
Yeah.
All right. And with that,
See if we can save her.
you all begin your gradual ascent up the slope. It's a very gradual and gentle incline, curving in on itself once or twice as you're ascending. The sound of the fireplace grows a little more audible the higher up you get, till eventually you round a bend up near the top here, and you can see the light of a fire just up ahead. Little campfire in what appears to be a forest clearing. reminiscent of the one that you were shown before. With this weird stone circle platform just kind of protruding off the edge. And sitting on one of the logs around that fire, just kind of poking at it with a stick, you see Saran.
Is this a shade or?
It's him.
This is the real deal, I think.
Yo, he low-key looks like one of those kids from the end of Treasure Planet.
I've not seen
Oh,
that
wait,
movie in
treasure
a long
hunting
time.
once.
Well, at least we know who it was.
Times. It was a pretty good movie for the time. It is.
It's an underestimated movie. It's a very slow movie, but it's an underestimated movie.
Yes.
It's got its charm.
I'm going to have to watch it again
indeed
at some
does.
point. All right. So you step
Oh.
forward, I assume?
Yep.
As you're sort of
Is that bad
approaching...
then?
As you're sort of approaching the clearing, Saran looks up. Ah, there you are. Was wondering how long it was going to take you. Sort of gestures to the log across from him.
He sits on this one. I'll do it.
All right. Mika sits next to you. Where Thanatos and Rocket gonna park themselves? Okay, across. And what about Rocket?
Thanatos is gonna just park himself across.
Peaceful place. Is this a creation or a particular memory?
Kind of both, I think. I don't know. Before things get real, I guess I just wanted a chance to remember what it's like to be a normal person for a change. You might not think it, but it is really stressful being an Eidolon. I don't need to sleep. Haven't dreamt in... it feels like forever.
Well, considering who you're Eidolon to, I don't think dreaming would be very pleasant.
Yeah, probably. Well, he leans back a little bit. We all know where this is going, but before that...
Lala's. Was she there? How long was it between your departure and the news?
Good few months. I wasn't really counting.
Less than a year?
Maybe, probably,
The chances are she's still alive, you know. She
maybe,
wouldn't have been there either.
maybe.
You never looked in all your nigh infinite power? Murasan?
Well, before I got yoinked back to life, how would I have been supposed to find her? I had no way of tracking them.
No, but you had a friend back in the Academy City who would have helped. However long it took.
Maybe I would have gone to him at some point. But let's be
But
fair.
now,
I'd lost my hometown. I wasn't really in a good state of mind.
some in present company can relate.
Out of character, I'm gonna take it that's a swipe at Thanatos.
No, it wasn't a swipe at anyone, it was a swipe at him, the fact that he robbed Mika of her hometown.
Yeah.
Yeah. Saran glances at Mika. Yeah, that was never part of the plan.
Do you think that excuses you?
Not in the slightest. Look, I'm
The
not
man you met,
stupid.
the man you met at the docks that day, who asked you if you were all right. That memory. His name was Vanar. He was captain of the guard there. Good man. Friend. He died that day.
So sinking the island wasn't the plan.
Nope. At the very least, it wasn't supposed to happen that soon.
Crystals held a lot of power. When you shatter one.
Yep.
But Lawless, you answered why you never searched for her in the short time you had before we met. After, when you became an Eidolon, you could go anywhere. Never looked.
Thought about it once or twice. Decided against it.
Didn't want her to see you. Or just couldn't work up the courage.
Maybe both, I don't know.
So, you gain this great power from the God of Darkness, who you've been sabotaging quite incessantly. You've let us live more than once. So you could get this tower. If you had your way, and Diabolos wasn't so quick as to snap us all out of his existence, what would you do with this place? Bring you home back? Help Lawless heal her?
If I were told I could use this place to do whatever I wanted? That's a tough one.
And if that wasn't the end game of this chess, then what was? Grand game you've been drilling us into ever since DeviaCorp.
Yeah, I did have a habit of kind of parading it all around like that, didn't I?
The dragon you had us kill, Hades, saving our lives, when you could have easily snuffed us back then. What was it all leading to? Why are we here, Saran?
For me to answer that, it's going to take a bit of context. As I'm sure you noticed when you were going through my history, I didn't have the best track record with success. And I didn't have the best track record with the people who were counting on me, or who put their confidence in me. Namely, my dad. Guy meant well, but holy shit was he... I don't want to say a tyrant, but you got the idea. He pushed me into the life of an adventurer when that's not what my original aspirations were.
Mine tried to kill me, so... You know.
Yeah, well, we both have daddy issues. Great. End of the day, I set out to be an adventurer with Ryle and Lawless, because that's what Dad pretty much drilled into my head for me to do from day one. My teacher at that school on Glenzing, Rendell, same basic thing once he saw that I had a knack for magic. And everyone around me, my group as it started growing, were encouraging me to keep going, push myself to do better, get stronger, more powerful, take on bigger tasks, just be a better adventurer and a bigger hero or whatever. Not once did I think to say, nah. Then it all came crashing down, and I was suddenly left without a purpose in my life. Then Glen Singh got washed away, and I was suddenly left without a home. Ryle and Lawless were off. I wasn't sure if I could find Doris again. I was basically left with nothing. I was ready to lay down and die. Pretty much what I was planning on doing in Marasu. I was going to find a nice little corner somewhere, curl up, and just chug a few too many things until I stopped being able to chug them. Then I got sick. And then I got offended. I wanted to go out, yeah, but I wanted to go out on my own damn terms. I wasn't about to die to a stupid common cold. At least that's what I thought it was at the moment. Then he showed up. Impressed by my resolve and my willpower. Diablos made me an offer, talking to me in my dreams. Help him and he'll give me a new purpose. I was so desperate for my life to mean something, and I was also kind of sick at the time, that I just accepted without even really thinking about it. And for a little bit, my life actually felt like something. I confess, what I was doing was really shitty. I was a total dickbag. Kind of the point.
Totally.
It was totally the point, mind you. But I had a purpose. I didn't care that I was the bad guy. I had a meaning for being around.
I remember when we questioned your purpose on our first tumultuous meeting where you beat us. You got rather offended that we called you out on it.
Yeah. And I
The
still
words that you uttered were, "It's my purpose, and I don't give a damn what anyone else thinks about it."
Well, yeah. I didn't have anyone else who I cared about the opinions of anymore.
Sure, Lawless has an opinion.
Well, she's entitled to it. Either way, then you all showed up and killed me. Now, on a normal day, if I just died and stayed dead, I honestly would have been fine with that. Going out doing what I set out to do, dying trying to fulfill that purpose, sure, I failed, but hey, at least I went out swinging at what I was trying to do. I could have been happy with that. But before I had a chance to dissolve back into the world, Diablos grabbed my soul and started stitching a new body together for me. Sort of looks up at the sky for a second. Tell me, do you have any idea how remarkably slowly we think? Thoughts traveling around in our brains at the speed of lightning. It's super quick. But there's still a speed limitation on how fast information and thoughts can jungle around, and it's all mired by emotion and shitty memory and illness and stress. When you're a soul without a body, though, none of those things are there. It's just raw, unfiltered, undiluted thought, and it is so much faster. And so much clearer. I had time to think about what had happened in Marasu, and once again, I was offended. I'd given my all trying to fulfill this one purpose after failing at the last one, and suddenly I fail at this one too. Only now I'm being brought back and being handed a shit ton of power and being told to do something even bigger. And at that point, it just sounded disingenuous, you know? I was tired. At this point, I was just tired. I just wanted to stay down, but Diablos wasn't having that. But, you know, third purpose, third time's the charm. Why not? And third time's also the time I started really questioning all of it. Trying to figure out why I kept coming up short. Even when I had everything working in my favor. You all turned up on my doorstep, adventurers just like I was. Greenhorns compared to all the shit I'd been through. You mopped the floor with me when it was just me. And even when I had a bunch of buddies backing me up, you all just hopped on your bird and sprinted off and I couldn't catch you. So, naturally, I got to thinking, what the hell makes these people so special? Why them? Why are they kicking ass where my ass got pushed in? Well, I decided I wanted to figure it out. So once my new body was created, and I was given my first task to go and do shit with DeviaCorp, I started keeping an eye on you, from afar, trying to figure out what it was that made you all different from me. It was about the time you were all doing your stuff in Endlem and Lunsalem that I started figuring it out. The difference between you and me, the reason you kept winning in those early times, is that your purpose was your own. All of mine were secondhand. You determined your destinies, your fates for yourselves. Thanatos made the decision to go and kill the bastard who ruined his family. No one told him to do that. His personal desire to do it, his own individual conviction was so hard it spawned an alternate personality. Rocket was created to be a weapon of war to serve Devia Corp. She said fuck that and kicked them in the teeth, and now she's traveling with all of you because she wants to. Hauser went out to start healing people because he just felt like it, because it seemed right. No one told him to. No one told Mika to start reading every book in the library. She just did it because she likes learning things. And then when she met you, Neothil, she went traipsing off after you the second you were separated because she realized she preferred you over her books. And you were inspired to join the Rangers, but when all of that wound up being mired a bit by your visions of the Dark Woman, you set out to find her unprompted, just because you wanted to understand. And then with basically no personal investment until you started poking your nose into it, you all got invested in this because you wanted to. You jumped in. Head first. Of your own volition. You all have the self-determination to make the decisions that I was too passive to make. And that's when I realized that I'd been fucking up basically my entire life. Too late to go back now. Can't be the hero in my story anymore. Way too late for that. It was too late the moment I agreed to Diabolos' terms on our first meeting. But I can still have a role to play. And now my destiny is my own to make. So I decided, if I can't be the hero, I'll be the villain. The constant antagonist that the heroes of the story have to bust their balls off to defeat, constantly pushing them to get better, to get stronger, to tighten up their teamwork, to be everything my group couldn't. And if on the way they happen to break a few things, knock the big guy down a couple pegs so that it's all a little easier when they show up, well, why not? And so here you are. After all the obstacles I put in your way, all the trials I manufactured specifically to rile you up, piss you off, and make you get stronger, here you are.
All those deaths, all those. Just to, as you put it, rile us up.
I didn't really have a choice in what I could or could not do. You know, when I became an Eidolon, I had to start doing what Diabolos told me. So, if that meant I had to blow up a few towns, kill a bunch of people, I didn't really have a choice in the matter. It was either play along with that, or die prematurely, throw out all my hard work, and let you all blunder into something you're not ready to fight, resulting in a premature death and a guaranteed win for the big guy.
The Archfiends.
Now
You could have easily gone to destroy all the crystals yourself.
Now you're getting it.
But you made those to make us stronger.
Yep.
Tiamat. You could have easily killed us when you were, instead of going off to fight Leviathan, and you just threw Tiamat at us.
Mm-hmm.
And at the Tower of Creation, you threw her at us again.
After
You didn't
reviving
have
her
to
for
go-
the umpteenth time with Phoenix's magic, yeah.
By the way, is she coming back again?
Phoenix?
Kyra. Oh, Phoenix, not. Yeah. Phoenix or
No,
Tiamat?
no, that's not what I meant, Tiamat. Like, are you throwing Tiamat at us again?
Oh, no. It takes way too long to revive a dragon that big.
Okay.
I think Kyra and Bahamut have that in hand. Still,
I was gonna say, take another shot. Take another shot of tequila with you, whatever it is you
that
pick.
one's our Dragoon members. So,
It's been done so many
But-
times at this point, you could make it a drinking game.
Well,
I
as
think that
well,
dragon suffered enough.
well, as it is. Tiamat's still alive right now, by the way. She's still fighting Bahamut. And again, it takes a long-ass time to revive her. Now, if I had the time to do it, I probably would. Using Phoenix's power is, well, for one thing, a lot of fun. You saw the fiends. You saw how creative I could get with that.
The world needs her back.
Maybe. It's going to be up to you.
Now,
It's going to be up to you to make that happen, though.
are you
Indeed
still
it is.
What was that, Rocket?
I said, indeed it is.
So, are you still content to play villain this final hour, these final minutes of your life? Because you're going to die, Saran. You're an eidolon. Your very existence perpetuates him.
I know.
I mean, you could have, at any time, chosen death, and that would have put him back in a slumber.
Yeah, I could
Killed
have.
him, but
I could
Well,
have,
if he
but
chose the music, it would have been American Idol on.
she does this. I'm sure you noticed.
yeah, I have. I've been watching you all for over a year.
Seriously.
I
And
could
then
have
after
killed
that-
myself at basically any point, yeah. Two problems with that. One, that wouldn't really stop Diabolos at all. It would just inconvenience him until he found a new pawn to play with. And that pawn would be more likely to be actually loyal to what he wants. Secondly, it would be very trivially easy to drive my own sword into my face. But if I tried doing that, all the power I have would just go flowing right back into him. And I couldn't just start throwing around big-ass explosions left and right to try and wear myself out. He would notice that if it just started happening randomly, and then things would get complicated, and then I'd die anyway, and it would have all just been a pointless gesture. I need him to be appropriately distracted if I'm actually going to get anything out of this, hence the big-ass fight outside. That was actually a really good move on your guys' part.
Well, you did move the tower to the most demon-infested land that we couldn't just fly them through.
Yeah?
We
That was-
needed the biggest fleet ever gathered.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Now that he is distracted, need this be how it ends? Because I certainly don't agree with what you've done, the lives that have been lost, and
You're
even
not-
though your intentions may have ultimately been good, the cost has been.
I'm well aware of
Cost is
that.
unforgivable.
I'm not looking for forgiveness, you know. I know perfectly well that I'm absolutely the villain in this story. But a villain has their part to play. They have their role in the game, as it were. I was just
Fuck the
playing
game.
mine.
Fuck the game. This needs you to end it like this, these final minutes of your life. Is there no other way to put those final sparks to use to... I'm not telling you to do anything, all I'm asking that somewhere in there that you, at the end, at the close, be the man Lawless loves one last time.
I'm not sure that's really possible. End of the day, you all come here, I fight you tooth and nail, wear myself out. Diabolos is distracted, so he won't notice anything amiss if I throw everything I have at you. And then when it's all said and done, I die. He's weakened because he can't get back what I took. He manifests. And then you do what you gotta do. You know, that's why I've been using Phoenix's power so much to revive things and make the fiends and all that crap. He sort of lifts a hand up and some phoenix-like fire starts swirling around his palm. And as it does, Rocket, the various flaming feathers you have, and the true phoenix feathers tucked in your wings, warm up and glow just a little brighter in response.
Is this a time where no?
No, not yet.
Okay.
And Diablos first starts to manifest. That's the time.
You'll know.
Question.
But every time I use Phoenix's power, it draws her just a little bit more into his hole, as it were. she becomes more prominent in his makeup.
If and when Rocket does this, what happens to her?
To Rocket?
Yes.
Yeah, if and when I do revive her, well,
Well, in an ideal world, when Diablos is forming up, and so long as it's the ripe time, and trust me, you'll know, you just throw the feathers at him, and it should react with Phoenix trapped inside of him, and if all goes right, she can just rip herself out.
That'd be good.
That being said, I can't guarantee that I've used Phoenix's powers enough to get her to that primed point.
well, I'll do anything I can to revive her.
If Phoenix doesn't live, then my homeland dies.
Well,
All the damage Diabolos is doing and all that's going on right now, it needs to be repaired somehow and undone.
well. So long as Diabolos dies, that can be accomplished. You don't need Phoenix for that. She would just be a very nice
know.
point of convenience.
But I did promise Ifrit.
Oh, well, that's your mistake.
And I genuinely meant it.
Well, for your sake, I hope you can keep that promise.
Speaking of promises kept, if we are doomed to fight you, Saran, put an end to your mistakes through combat, drain his power as you have so long planned. Is there anything else you can do to help us before we come to blows? Any last piece of advice, equipment, or anything you can do? Because, to be honest, after all this, just playing the pure villain at the last is kind of just a sorry end to things. No offense, but
I think there's a bit of fence in there. Come on, let's be real.
you've offended us greatly. I think it's fair, to be honest.
It is. But
Seriously.
at the end of the day, things as they are right now, there's not really anything I can do here in this moment. I've already done everything I can. Moving the pieces over the year to get you all here.
Then, my last request is try not to kill any of us before the big guy shows up.
Well, I can't exactly hold back. I'm gonna be throwing everything I've got at you. If you don't have what it takes to take me down, you're not standing a chance against the big guy, and this was all a big fucking waste of time.
Just don't pull that amber shit again. That was...
All I'm saying is that when and if Alistair takes a dirt now being a wall, you can direct it at me instead for 5 seconds.
Make a negotiation check.
Oh, I got the negotiation check I wanted. I'm adding destiny.
Oh, for Pete's
Don't
sake.
pull that amber-filled shit on us again.
Hey, this is useful. This means that during the fight, he won't actually kill any of us.
Nee, no offense. You may be the overpowered badass as you are, but I am the wall, not you.
Yeah, but
You go down.
we'll need you for the big demon dick. Alright, so 14 I need to beat.
Yep.
So let me have a look. What's my thing? 2, 6. So I'm going to add just one. Just one of them. I think. Uh, 17.
Saran kind of chuckles. I can't make any promises, but I'll keep it in mind. Well then, anything else?
Before you...
Time is
Yes.
Hmm?
You do your thing first. Okay.
Thanatos gets over and just walks over to him. I may understand what you were doing. Do I agree with it? No. Do I hate you for it? Yes. Personally, I want nothing more than to cut your head off right now.
That's kind of the point.
But you've done a lot, and you're giving one last chance to whittle down his power. So, as one fighter to another, Thanatos pulls out Vermilion's Edge. I think you deserve this back.
I appreciate the offer. And he gently puts a hand on it and sort of pushes it back towards you. I think there's someone else that should be going to, if you can find them.
When we find Lawless, and we will find her, what shall we tell her? Any
Whatever
words?
you want.
No. I think we can tell her our take on you. We can tell her everything that we think, but I think that your last words should be reserved for her. You deserve the woman you love. Lots of the show. The woman you love deserves that much. Especially since she never got to say goodbye, taken from the scene as she so was.
Guess just tell her I'm sorry things turned out the way they did. And I hope she is doing well. And I hope Ryle can forgive me.
You truly loved her?
If it had been an option and it would have saved her, I would have given my life for her.
And we'll tell her that too.
All right.
I have a question.
Thrawn glances at Mika. Yeah? What?
You've told us your machinations. You've told us everything you've gone through to get us to this point. And that's all very impressive on a purely logistical level, but what I understand is... I still don't understand why. When you first showed up in Marasu, and you agreed to fight for Diabolos, you were all aboard for it. You said you started doubting things a little bit when you were revived, but... to betray him so thoroughly? There's more to it than that, and I want to know what it is.
Let me tell you a little secret. I'm not a big fan of this world, but the people I like still live here. I wasn't anticipating the plague in Marasu causing the end of the world. This will. And that's where I draw the line. I may not like this world. I don't like most of the people in it. But it's still home. And it's where Lalas is. If Diablos wants to break that, then fuck him.
Well, I don't know how you feel about us, but I don't like you, Saran Junleel. I don't think I ever can, but if nothing else, I respect you.
Honestly, that's more than I could have ever hoped for.
I'd be honest. Oh, sorry. You want to go?
No, you go first, though.
I'd be honest. I despise the ground you walk on, and I don't think I could ever forgive you. However, I suppose after when all said is done, perhaps you could find peace, and this world may prosper into a better future, with the god of all darkness gone once more.
May you find that peace in the embrace of the life stream and whatever life you live next, adventurer.
Well, that seems as appropriate as any moment. And as he says that, the fire goes out. The sound of the crickets in the distance fades off into silence.
Goodbye, Saran.
Saran stands up. One more thing. Just one. Give me a sec. He hauls himself to his feet. And like down at his side, you notice leaning against the log, his variation of the vermilion edge, this new weapon he's been using. He reaches down to it and plucks it free from the ground. Then he just casually starts walking up onto that platform. By the time he reaches the end of it and looks out at everything beyond, might as well fight with an appropriate backdrop, don't you think?
Pick your poison.
Brings a sword up and gives it a mighty horizontal slice up towards the sky. And for a moment, just a moment, you don't see anything. But then,
Bomber.
a moment passes, and the clouds begin to part. And as they do, the clouds parting, beyond you can see this enormous landscape, almost unfathomable in scale. A crimson star shining on it, illuminating everything. You're looking at pandemonium in its finished state. You know that in your bones. All right. And Saran spins back to face all of you. We're only going to get one shot at this, so hold nothing back. Let's make this convincing, shall we? Let's make it fun.
Don't mind if I do. I activate Skystorm.
All right. And if there are no objections, I feel like that is an appropriate place to stop for now. To pick up next week.
Thanatos just one word, just Thanatos just puts the Vermilion Edge away and takes out the Death Ringer, tosses it in the air with a nice little swirl, and then catches it in a battle stance. Let's put on a good show, shall we?
Yeah.
5 mighty adventurers versus the fallen adventurer. Let this go down in legend.
That's what I'm counting on. And with that, we'll call it there for the night. Next time, the final boss begins. So.
Phase 1.
Yep. So, I am looking forward to that. So thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, so much for joining us. We'll see you next time. Everyone, you're level 15 now.
Oh, shit.
Can I skip 14 and just go straight to 15?
We
Might
were
as well.
14 already.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, we're already level 14 right now.
That's weird. Everybody's character sheet on here says 13.
Well, that's probably because of laziness, but either way, we'll pick up there next time. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, so much for joining us. And we'll see you next time. I have been planning that scene for 3 fucking years.
And you use the Shadowbringers theme. I love it.
Yeah.
I knew that ahead of time.
Yep. All right. Soon to be.